Hi, my name is Sofia Montejoca. I'm 17 years old and I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And today I will be talking about the issue with girl boss feminism and what we should do about it. So, first off, what is girl boss feminism? It is a brand of feminism that appeared in the early 2010s. Its main focus is to put women in the same positions as men in power-centered systems such as politics and business. It encourages a one-size-fits-all feminist narrative, which is unproductive when we take into account intersectionality. Even the name is problematic, for it teaches young women that being a woman goes before anything else they achieve in life. Moreover, it infantilizes women in higher positions and refers to them as children, given that a girl is, by definition, a younger woman. It has never been heard of for a man to be called a hashtag boy boss, which further proves that the movement believes that women being in men's spaces is still an anomaly. Feminism and the patriarchy. Girl-boss feminism has no interest in dismantling patriarchal systems, which place men in socially oppressive positions of power. Rather, it incites women to achieve the same position of power, disregarding the social oppression, accumulation of money, and upholding of a capitalist system. It fits as a hollow understanding of the life of a working woman while avoiding less palatable aspects such as unaffordable childcare, sexual harassment, and gender discrimination. Feminism and economics. Feminism needs to acknowledge the damage done by capitalism in order to alleviate the oppression towards women and the misogyny caused by this system. Rebels feminism actively works against this, for not only does it uplift women as individuals, but also forces a system that oppresses BIPOC and lower income people. The fallacy of girl feminism holds a similar idea to that of trickle-down economics, wherein it's believed that the success of individual businesswomen will empower women as a whole. However, this is untrue. Measuring the success of feminism based off of individual success is unproductive. White feminism and systemic oppression. Having women in positions of power isn't always a good thing, especially when institutions and systems they draw their power from are oppressive to other people. This means that a woman managing things such as prisons, military, or big corporations doesn't make them inherently good or erase the harm they cause. In the end, globalist feminism mainly benefits body-able white women, given that positions of power and the aforementioned systems are centered around the success of white people. However, it is important to understand that this doesn't mean that women shouldn't be allowed in big corporations or government buildings, for this would mean erasing everything the feminist movement has achieved to this day. Still, making women the new men within these spaces will never be enough to address the systemic racism and sexism, the economic imbalance, or erosion of labor laws. So, where can we find girl boss feminism? Clear examples of this movement can be found all around through media, fashion, and even celebrity experiences. We can see it anywhere from adverts to girl boss placements across notebooks, and even worse, printed on t-shirts made in countries where a woman was most likely underpaid for her work. It can also be found in common movie tropes such as a powerful businesswoman who is just hated for being a successful woman, without acknowledging the fact that she exploits and terrorizes her employees and clients all throughout the movie, undiscriminating of gender identity. This narrative is also true for many CEOs who have been met with recent backlash following the beginning of the end of this fake feminist wave. So, what can we do about it and how can we avoid this range of feminism? The general idea would be through education. Rather than fitting into systems that oppress women, we must recognize the relevance and power of intersectional feminism, and especially in the oppression of BIPOC women, and therefore reevaluate how we view institutions that were created to subjugate these groups. We don't need glittery t-shirts or badly written movies. What we actually need is policy changes. We need women in decision-making positions, and we need them to rule for other women. Women can infiltrate men's spaces as much as they want, but at the end of the day, if they are still considered men's spaces, then we have barely even moved forward, if at all. To close up, I would like to share this quote from Biggest Brad's Refinery 29 article, "Let 2020 be the year we get rid of girl boss culture for good." Girl boss is a sexist Trojan horse. It appears to raise women up, to carve out a space for us in a working world still too crowded with men. But in reality, it denies us agency, it diminishes us, and denigrates our authority.
Mental health is a fundamental part of a person's overall well-being and includes their social, psychological, and emotional well-being. Universally, people's mental health has been on the decline due to the more stressful lives that we are experiencing. A survey has reported that approximately 18.3% of South Africans are suffering or being treated from depression at any given time. However, although some data and information is available on these mental illnesses, in countries that are low or medium income, such as South Africa, these statistics often remain underreported and the mental illnesses are often undiagnosed or underdiagnosed. However, mental illness does not only affect a person in their private capacity, but often boils over into their workplace environments and productivity. And this will be the focus of today's speech. We see that the United Nations, as well as other organizations such as WHO and the International Labour Organization, have done studies and seen that mental health disorders, and in particular depression, are becoming very big health concerns on a global scale. South Africa is no exception to this, with SADC reporting that 1 in 4 employees suffer from depression. Further from these statistics, mental illness cases and matters are rising in the courts, and we've seen that this has become an everyday issue in many businesses. So exactly what can we do about this? Clearly, mental illness has become a crossroads in South Africa. So firstly, we know that South Africa is a member of the ILO, or International Labour Organization, who's a United Nations agency that brings together governments, employers, employees, and their respective representatives. The ILO has suggested that the workplace has become an appropriate environment for raising awareness and educating employers and their colleagues about mental illness. The constituents of the ILO have created various legal instruments, including conventions, recommendations, which are either binding or not binding on its member states. They have also, the ILO, along with other international organizations, have included many other guidelines in terms of how employers can deal with depressed employees, and this can be done through policies, procedures, or implementing various systems. If we take a closer look at how South Africa has dealt with this, we know that South Africa currently has its own constitution. We know that constitutional rights can permeate all aspects of the work environment and play a very integral role in the relationship between employers and employees. A very important right when it comes to looking at dealing with depressed employees, we can go to section 23(1) of our constitution, which states that everyone has the right to fair labor practice. So what does this mean for employers who are suffering from a mental illness? Well, firstly, it means that people are entitled to be dismissed fairly on both a procedural and a substantial basis. And this means that employers need to follow these guidelines when they are wanting to dismiss or handle a situation with a depressed employee. However, Section 23 of our Constitution is not the only section applicable here, and we know that things like the right to equality and not to be discriminated against unfairly, as well as the dignity of depressed employees, can become and play an integral role in dealing with these matters. If I want to zoom in a bit closer to South Africa's legislative framework, we know that there are currently 2 important acts. Firstly, the Employment Equity Act and the Labour Relations Act. The Employment Equity Act, amongst others, aims to eliminate unfair discrimination in the workplace and sets up certain guidelines for this. This means that a depressed employee has the right not to be unfairly discriminated against based on their illness or disability. We also see the Labour Relations Act, which gives content to Section 23(1) of our Constitution. It looks at the notion of an unfair labour practice, which means that an employer an employee will have certain remedies or protection if they were to experience an unfair labour practice. For example, being dismissed unfairly due to their mental illness. We know that the LRA also contains a Schedule 8, which looks at the Code of Good Practice for dismissal and deals with aspects in relation to capacity, misconduct, or disability when it comes to dealing with these employees. So in conclusion, we can see that depression is very rife in South Africa, along with other mental illnesses. However, it is not something that we have to be at a crossroads about. Just looking at it from one perspective, from a legal perspective, that our law is slowly starting to transform and adapt to the issues that we are facing within the work environment. We see that South Africa does not only have obligations in terms of its international duties coming from the International Labour Organization, but has certain legislative frameworks such as the Labour Relations Act and the Employment Equity Act that employers can go to and find guidelines on how they can deal with employees who may be suffering from a certain mental illness. We can see that mental illness does not have to be a crossroads or a struggle that South Africa is facing, and particular employees, but it's something that through legislative obligations and perhaps our moral obligations, we will be able to overcome this crossroad and move forward as a country.
Okay, I just want to send a message to people around the world, a simple quote that may be forgotten nowadays. It has a strong message inside that. I know this quote from George Bernard Shaw. He said, "Now that we are able to fly through the air like birds, swim underwater like a fish, all that is left to us is to live on the land like human beings." My name is Andri Fernanda. Mari memanusiakan manusia. Thank you.
Hello, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anthony. Today, I'm going to talk about humanity at a crossroad, health and environment. Because of COVID-19, masks have become our necessities every day. Not only are we wearing masks to protect ourselves, but also protecting the others. There are over 100 million infected cases of coronavirus, and more than 2 million people died with it. Governments have been trying their best to mitigate the problem, including education of wearing masks and social distancing. But at the same time, medical equipment and masks have posed another threat to human beings. According to a report from Environmental Science and Technology Journal, there are about 200 billion masks and gloves are used every month around the globe. And these masks are beginning to pollute the ocean, causing trouble to marine life and the ecosystem, provided that these kind of medical equipments can only be used once. They are often made of a variety of plastics, and if these type of plastics enters the sea, it takes over 500 years to break down into small pieces, and they will never be completely decomposed. As a result, they are either sent to a landfill or an incinerator, where toxic fumes are released. However, a French company found an innovative way to eradicate this source of pollution. Plaxil has introduced mass recycling to the French society. Masks being discarded were recycled to plastic products. In return, masks were transformed into daily products that we use every day. Plaxil imposed an efficient example for us to follow. At this point of time, people mainly focus on how to eradicate the pandemic and protecting themselves from the disease. But how many people really think about the harm that we have done to our planet Earth because of this pandemic? In our daily life, we often forget things that is not really closely related to us. A good example is our world, especially places that is far away from a cow. During this pandemic, humanity is standing at a crossroad. Is it a time for us to think about what we have done to our planet Earth, or we should continue to neglect the severe issues produced by human activities? During this pandemic, we have gone through a large number of difficulties. People suffering in pain and losing the ones that you love. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented disaster that we have to go through together, not only with human beings, but also with the whole world. Thank you.
Only a tempest can find the real sailor. Only the crossroad of fate can know the real humanity. Once upon a time, there was a country in Old Easton who was suffering from drought for 3 years. The king tried everything, but God didn't give him any drop of rain. One day, his servant told him that we should make him a sacrifice in exchange for God's gifts. Sacrifice a person, save a country. It seems like very valid reason, especially in East, where we has always valued the collective. Everyone is taught to sacrifice for his family and country. Through simple math, that is a better choice. When we all agree with the choice, but pray that we will not be chosen. That's quite funny, right? We approve this idea, but we don't want to be sacrificed. So here comes the problem. What is the choice of the king when he stands at the crossroads? We pray for rain for the people, he said. It is absolutely wrong for me to sacrifice a person. I'm the king, the leader of the country. If it is necessary to sacrifice, let me be used. So he had him tied to the fire. What was the result? That's not important. It is just a legend of Cheng Tang, an ancient emperor in China. Importantly, he gave prosperity an important idea. If you want to choose a victim, you can only choose yourself. Anyone only has the right to sacrifice himself. Have you ever seen a famous movie which is called Basin? There is a classic supporting role in the movie. He made it his name to unite for survival, leading the survivors. He made it keep them alive as an excuse to keep pushing people around him to their deaths until he was the final survivor. In our life, there are a lot of this kind of disturbing crossroads. Last year, COVID-19 was broken out in Macau, which can threaten residents' life. The Macau government shut down the corporation of casino and chose to lose billions of dollars instead. From a mathematical point of view, it is an example of stupidity. From a humanitarian standpoint, it is a moving decision. Sacrifice their own tax revenue to protect people's life. That is the Macau choice at a crossroads. Humanity can be a superior sounding or seemingly a stupid decision. I hope at the crossroad of humanity, we can know who was sacrificed and for whom. Thank you.
Humanity at a crossroads, biodiversity and sustainability. When I was a little child, my grandpa used to tell me, life on Earth is an intricate fabric, and we are all threads in this fabric. If the fabric is getting worse or fraying, that affects us all. As my grandpa tried to make a living by planting and harvesting crops, he understood humans' bond with environment. And when I got a bit older, I studied biology and science at school. My studies in science echo the words of my grandfather, shows me that biodiversity is the basis of all kinds of ecosystem services. But as a matter of fact, the world today is facing the challenges of biodiversity loss. Nature is declining globally at rates unprecedented in human history, and the rate of species extinction is accelerating, with grave impacts on people around the world now likely. Recently, The World Wildlife Fund published the Living Planet Report 2020, and the findings were sobering. Millions of acres of wetlands and rainforests are being cleared away. As many as 1 million of plants and animal species are now threatened with extinction because of farming, poaching, pollutions, and increasingly global warming. These are the signs of nature that show us humanity is at a crossroads, a moment filled with peril, but also enormous promise. We are using more resources than the environment's gifts provide, exceeding its capacity to sustain us. And unless we change the course, the consequences will be severe, hampering the habitability for life on Earth, including humans. And the choice is ours to be made. It is never supposed to be easy, but it could, at first, the greatest challenge of humankind with numerous possibilities. As we all know, biodiversity is the fabric of life, a fabric upon which we fully depend and are an integrated part. Just as my grandpa believes, he has not inherited the land from his ancestors, but has borrowed it from us and his children. I dream that every one of us will seize the moment and act to conserve biodiversity and the planet we live on. Imagine examining our relationship with the natural world. If we question our assumptions and motivations, if we do the hard work now, imagine how healthier and stronger humanity will be. Not only people of the 20th century, but also for the future generations. So, let's take the initiative today to live in a more sustainable way and conserve the basis fabric of our life and for our future generations. Thank you.
Olá a todos, muito bom dia. 大家好，今日食咗飯未呢？ These are the two typical ways how we greet people in my city with our two local official languages. Good morning. My name is Alice Chow, and I'm from Macau, which is a tiny city bursting with vitality. You may not know where Macau is, because it's really teeny, and it was just a small fishing village before this current century arrived. But with it, Olá a todos, muito bom dia. 大家好，食咗飯未呢？ These are the two typical ways how we greet people in my city with our two local official languages. Good morning. My name is Elvis Chow, and I'm from Macau, which is a tiny city bursting with vitality. You may not know where Macau is, because it's really teeny, and it was just a small fishing village before this current century arrived. With an area of 32.9 square kilometers. Unexpectedly, we've got 700,000 of people in this pocket-sized city. Why? Why it changed that much within just 20 years' time? Well, we have experienced a great change after the handover to China. Significant progression has been made in different aspects, particularly in the field of gaming and tourism. These has unquestionably improved our living standard and the entire image of the city. Visitors from all around the world come for both sightseeing and experiencing its traditional culture, thereby emerging numerous economic opportunities for our local businesses as well. Although Macau has made remarkable achievements in economic development over the past 20 years, but I think we still need to think about what the people of Macau have sacrificed for the sake of economic development. I remember when I was a child, I did enjoy walking slowly through Macau, greeting my neighbors at the corner store, enjoying the peace and quiet of the community and soaking in the historical atmosphere. But now, due to the explosion in the number of tourists, it is almost impossible to have such a relaxing life. And our government is still looking for a balance between economic development and our quality of life. So I personally believe that such a balance can be achieved regarding the nature, historical sites, precious humanistic culture, and the relationship between people, which we call 人情味 in our language. We should preserve, promote, and emphasize them, as they are also the very important elements in this city and in our culture. We should consider how to preserve these aspects while developing the city, and we should never stop working hard on it. So, ladies and gentlemen, all in all, economic development is inevitable, in which it is directly associated with our culture, natural environment, and the history. Thus, I believe creating a platform to embed the components is at stake. So shall we do it? Let's do it in our culture, for our city, and for what we are willing to be in. Let's get started.
Have you ever wondered what is happening on the other side of the earth? Hi, I'm Katie, a secondary 5 student from Macau. I remember when I was a little kid, I felt very much interest in watching the BBC channel and some documentaries. It seems weird, but I really have a great interest in studying nature. Fortunately, I got a chance to go to Arctic and have a research project last year. I can't wait to explore how large and spectacular the glaciers are, what an icebreaker and wild animal look like. So I started to research what is happening in the polar region, and I found that it was much worse than I thought. Do you remember the terrible bushfire in Australia? According to the World Wide Fund for Nature, this incident gains international attention and affects over 19 million hectares of trees and 3 billion wild animals. Moreover, the snow and glaciers in New Zealand have turned brown because of the Australian bushfires. One expert says the incident may increase glacier melt by as much as 30%. This shows clear climate change fingerprints, which means it's becoming a top threat to our whole world. The glacier act like the protective cover of the earth and our ocean. This bright white spot reflects excess heat back into space and keep the planet cooler. However, since the 1900s, many glaciers have been rapidly melting. The loss of ice have already reached 335 billion tons per year, and about 95% of the oldest and thickest ice in the Arctic is already gone. The melting of the glaciers had much to do with our whole world. First of all, the sea rise level due to the glacier melting has risen the sea level by 2.7 centimeters since 1961. Also, it will cause the extinction of the numerous species, animals such as polar bear. It seems far away from us, it won't cause any threat to us. But as the rising of the sea level, some countries have likely possibility that it will go underwater, just like Maldives and Venice. Obviously, we are at the crossroad of the world-changing climate. We should be more concerned about it. Although the Arctic research was cancelled because of the COVID-19, my passion didn't. I started to think, what should we do to protect our glaciers to save our living? In order to reduce climate change and save the glaciers, we should reduce over 45% of the global CO2 emissions over the next decade, and also fall into zero after 2050. In addition, we can build a 100-meter long dam in front of the glacier bridge located in Greenland to contain its erosions. Climate change is more important than we thought. Although it seems far away from us, it's always get in touch with us. Well, we only have one Earth, so let's do right by it.
Humanity at a crossroads. Humanity is a wonderful thing that I believe is inherent in everyone on earth. It is a natural ability to love, to have compassion, to be creative and innovative. And it is what distinguishes us from the daily evolving technology of robots. Looking back into our whole generation, humans did made a lot of remarkable achievements throughout every generation. For example, we have accomplished moon travel, discovered the wonders of the world, invented advanced vaccines and advanced pharmacology, saved dozens of lives. In the context of society, we have created different systems. For example, central government, legal system, banking system, all with the aim to provide guidance to how we live out our own humanity, to provide justice, fairness, and equality to our society without abusing the rights of others. Nonetheless, if you dig deeper, is this perfect society that humanity created really perfect? Humanity is a double-edged sword. Besides from these great inventions, humanity also created weapons that could cause great destruction if landed on the wrong hands. No country making significant progress with infrastructure can escape the byproduct of pollution and damaging our Mother Nature along the way. Humanity has brought us on this broad road, but this broad road is also inclining to a road of darkness. I believe at this crossroad, we should start to question, how long can humanity sustain? Can humanity go on for another 500 or 100 years? But it's not too late, for we are standing at this crossroad. I believe our generation has the capability to make a change. Everywhere we look, we see different choices leading up to either perfect paradise or leading up to darkness and destruction. And our choices now could deeply affect the direction we could be heading to. Humanity, which is aggression for every single individual on this planet, has the power to alternation, has the power to change. We are the ones who are going to choose the right paths. We are the ones who are going to save our future. So let us all create this paradise that we long for. Thank you.
Hablemos de los desafíos del liderazgo y de cómo la oratoria es una herramienta fundamental para poder sobrellevarlos. No les voy a contar sobre lo que pueden encontrar en los libros, no. Les voy a hablar de mi experiencia personal, de lo que he aprendido en estos 2 años como presidente de Ágora Speakers Alicante y como embajadora de Ágora Speakers Internacional por España. Es una fundación que está en más de 70 países y que tiene alrededor de 150 sedes justamente enseñando esto, el liderazgo y la oratoria. Estar en tantos rincones hace que uno trate con mucha más gente de la que estaba habituada. Y como es una fundación que no tiene requisito y que es totalmente gratuita, nosotros nos encontramos con distintos perfiles, desde personas muy adineradas a personas que no tienen ningún tipo de recurso, desde personas con muchos estudios hasta personas que apenas tienen alguno. Entonces, para un líder, encontrar un equipo tan disímil es todo un desafío. ¿Cómo logramos llegar a buen puerto con un equipo tan variado? Bien, el primer punto es la escucha. ¿Y qué es la escucha? Es conocer ese equipo. Tener en cuenta sus motivaciones, sus miedos, sus limitaciones, sus creencias. Y por sobre todo, tener en cuenta sus expectativas, las expectativas que tienen con este equipo de trabajo. ¿Por qué es tan importante tener en cuenta esto? Y les voy a dar un ejemplo. Recuerdo una vez que fui a escuchar un discurso cuando todavía las reuniones eran presenciales. Y la persona que dio el discurso fue excelente, estupendo. Pero cometió algún que otro error que hace que un discurso deje de ser tan estupendo. ¿Qué sucedió? Al terminar yo estaba muy contenta, pero el que tenía a la izquierda estaba ofendido, el de la derecha estaba enojado y el de atrás se quería ir. ¿Por qué? Porque el orador había dicho que Dios no existe y que no había vida más allá de la muerte. Entonces, el de atrás, que era miembro de una iglesia, el de la izquierda, que hacía poco se le había muerto un familiar, y el de la derecha, que tenía a otro familiar que estaba muy enfermo, que su única expectativa era que pudiese vivir mejor luego, estaban ofendidos y enojados con ese discurso. Pero no solamente con el discurso, sino con el orador. Entonces, las palabras de él no solamente no surtieron efecto, sino que además, desde el mismo momento que las pronunció, en vez de crear puentes, levantó muros, una muralla, que fue además la punta del iceberg de problemas posteriores. Entonces, ¿qué hubiese sucedido si ese orador hubiese conocido mejor a sus oyentes y hubiese tenido en cuenta esto a la hora de dar el discurso? Y entonces hubiese utilizado otros recursos y hubiese tenido en cuenta que hay ciertos puntos que no se tienen que tocar cuando no conocemos al público, y es no hablar de religión, de ninguna ideología política específica, ni hacer apología de nada. Estas reglas fundamentales se las olvidó y provocó mucho ruido en el mensaje, ruido que hizo que ese mensaje no sea más efectivo. Entonces, el primer consejo para ser un buen líder es la escucha. Gracias a la escucha van a lograr ser unos oradores mucho más efectivos. Esto lo enseñamos en Agora Speakers Internacional y nos pueden encontrar en wiki.agoraspeakers.org.
Hi guys, my name is Cody Kerr. I live here in Helsinki, Finland, so top of the world, and I'm actually from Brisbane, Australia, so the outside of the world. So it's really cool to give a speech for World Speech Day, and the topic is great, humanity at a crossroads. And we're always sort of at a crossroads with our perspectives and the decisions that we make. And I want to talk about online business today, and the title of my speech is Fairness in International Business. Now, 10 years ago, I noticed that there was quite a difference in pay rates for different countries across the world. And that's because of conversion rates. But really, some of the prices are quite low. And it's happening because there's such a saturation in the market. A lot of people offering the same sort of services. Now, these platforms like Freelancer and Upwork, they're great platforms. But and they offer multitudes of services. So you got employment law, you've got financial services, you got development, design services around photography and film, and basically most of the industries, right? And this is where we're heading, you know. Like I have recently had a son, and he might be working on these online platforms one day. But what's currently happening with that saturation, I don't know if he's going to make enough money to pay rent with that. So I want to encourage people to change their mindset with the remuneration. We should be paying people exactly what we would want to be paying. And we should understand what the services are so we can pay correctly. So if that's what's happening, what can we do to sort of get out of that situation so that we can actually make enough money? Well, we should look at agreements. We should look at different countries that offer different resources. I mean, obviously we want to find people with the specific resources we have. And maybe we can't find those people around us. So we can go to different countries to find those particular services. And then we can form agreements and actually offer the same services without the platforms. So what we can do, I had a legal lesson the other day, and I learned how to actually create a legal contract and what is a valid offer. See, a valid offer has 4 criteria. It's got a specific offeree, so somebody that the agreement's intended for. clear terms, all the specifics about what will be done, and you can have dispute clauses to make sure that if anything does go astray, that you can sort of have some agreements there as well. It's communicated in a form understandable by the person it's being offered to. They can read it, fully understand it. And lastly is the legal intent. So they have the will to actually take up that contract. If you've got all those four things, you can actually have an agreement that will be legally tender. And you can create that yourself, but obviously it's better to eventually create it through a lawyer, and then that way you can continuously use that same sort of agreement. So from today, I want you guys to go out there, look up other businesses throughout the world that are offering similar services, and just talk about what you need done, and just see what they come back with. Let them know you need a viable price to be able to do long-term business, but you might be pleasantly surprised at how long you can work with another company, leveraging time and money and resources. So also, you should also look at the agreements we talked about. Just come up with one yourself. Try your hardest to make it the best you can, and test it out and see if the other party's happy with it. And you might find that it works perfectly. And obviously, down the track, you can get more tender legal agreements through a lawyer. But I really want to thank you guys for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I hope you guys have an awesome day. Hopefully speak to you next time.
I worked at a local food pantry that had service at 10 to 12 Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But every Wednesday after work, we'd be tasked with the most important aspect of our job, taking out the trash. For 45 minutes a day, we fill up 5 vans to the brim with recycled trash of all kinds. But specifically, plastic. Lots of it. We toss into a bin the size of a dump truck in the middle of nowhere. With the blazing summer heat on our backs, I can say with utmost certainty that no one enjoyed doing it. This experience is a small example of the feelings towards recycling. But let's look how widespread these sentiments are. According to the US PRIG, Public Interest Research Groups, 94% of Americans support recycling. 74% believe it should be mandatory. But only 34% of Americans actually recycle, and these statistics mirror those of other countries. Why is that? Why does everyone care about this, but so little actually contribute to it? Today, I'm going to discuss the reason why recycling material has these sentiments, where it ends up because of our neglect, and finally how we can adapt habits to recycle more from home. Because there is a place for trash, even the smallest piece greatly affects everything around it. Let's talk about how dependent we've become on recycled material first. In particular, let's talk about plastic. According to Our World in Data, plastic is one of the most popular recycled materials there are. Since its invention in 1907, plastic has slowly become the dominating material over the last 100 years. It has become a better substitute than almost all of its competition. It is not only cheaper, but is more durable, flexible, and can last much longer than most metals and glasses. Naturally, with its revolutionary advantages, plastic has made its way into our everyday lives, from our early morning coffee to the plastic containers that preserve our goods in the refrigerators. Plastic has not only become vital, but completely normalized in our world today. As such, we don't really second guess where these amenities will wind up. We just know we have them and that they're here to stay. Unfortunately, that statement is truer than we realize. Plastic and most other recycled material has a lifespan of 500 to 1,000 years. So it's important to note that although it has the title of recyclable, it needs to be properly disposed of in order to be true to its name. So why don't people recycle? Well, according to 3 studies from the US EPA, Oceanic Society, and Emission Tax, it all boils down to a single statement. Why would it matter if I started recycling? This is a toxic mentality, and I like to show you what happens when this mentality is allowed to spread. So let's take a moment to discuss the forever home of our trash, our oceans. According to a study conducted by Kondo Ferris in 2020, it was estimated that 525 trillion tons of recycled garbage has already been dumped into our oceans. This causes a variety of problems with the most tragic being how marine life reacts to our waste. The saddest example, in my opinion, is what happens when marine life are still surviving today. Because of the amount of plastic waste that winds up in our seas, oceanic acidification has gotten so bad in some areas that most homes of marine life have been reduced to dead zones and are now uninhabitable. Marine life is now reduced to eating garbage, thinking that it's their favorite foods. So what can we do about this? What I've shown here is not the fault of one nation, nor two, but rather the world in its entirety. A sad reality is that we must accept that we live in a revolutionary time with some things like these happening right under our noses. Now, I'm not blaming anyone who does not recycle. I understand. Recycling is a topic more grown over than any other. So let me introduce 2 innovative habits we can develop from home to make a change. The first, to be aware what you throw away. Most households are not exactly aware of how much garbage they have is actually recyclable. According to a recent study by the EPA, the average person produces 1 pound of recycled trash per day. So being keenly aware of what exactly can be thrown away and what can be replaced with something more permanent is excellent for recycling. And secondly, set up a bin in your house that is accessible and near your regular trash can. Then label it with something noticeably different than your regular bin. In my house, we have an extra bin labeled with a yellow tape. This will be your recycling bin, and what goes in can be ranged from plastic milk jugs to aluminum cans. It is a great way to encourage recycling at home. Now, these are the only 2 methods I found most effective to encourage recycling habits from home. But it doesn't have to end here. We live in a time where comfort and convenience is everything. But for the sake of our world, we need to step out of our comfort zones. Because if we are not careful and see the change we can make, we may live in a future that no one wished for. In the words of Jane Goodall, what you do makes a difference. And you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Adrian Daisley, certified life coach and World Peace Ambassador. This morning, I'm joining World Speech Day to talk about humanity at the crossroads. When we look back through the annals of time, we will see that human species has always been presented with defining moments and opportunities to embrace change. Our ancestors had to face hardships and uncertainty, braving war, social unrest, plague, and other catastrophes. In order to forge a new way of life, they had to come together. Brothers and sisters, I submit to you that we are living in such a defining moment. A moment in which the decisions that our countries, its leaders, stakeholders, policymakers are making will become the substance of the way of life for the generations to come. We are tasked with designing new social concepts for the future. And humanity will have to rise to the occasion once again to show the scribes of time what we as a human species are capable of when we come together. COVID-19 has exposed many failing systems and highlighted the importance of solidarity. We now face drastic climate change, food shortages, and health crises, water woes, refugee migration. And this is just to name a few. As leaders continue to shift their attention away from the me first concept towards a more inclusive vision, it is time to come together as one, to put aside our differences politically, religiously, philosophically. Our true strength lies not in our armies, but I dare say it lies in our will. The will to follow through with creating lasting global partnerships constructed out of values for the common good of humanity. We now must take a new approach to wealth and resources, and that approach is the path of global solidarity, one that leads to equality, fair distribution of wealth, health care for citizens, educational opportunities for the marginalized, the rule of law, and non-discrimination on the basis of race and gender and ethnicity. I submit to you that as we embrace each other and we put our hands out and we embrace our world, we will come up with the solutions to make our world a better place. I am grateful to be here on World Speech Day to greet you, my brothers and sisters. We have to do it together. Thank you.
Hello, I am Eva Maria Hunt, energy therapist, artist, and consciousness coach. I have been living in the UK for 15 years. My native country is Hungary. And in the last decade, I have been working in the holistic healing arena as an energy healer, a coach, a teacher. And I'm so happy to be here today because the subject of the World Speech Day, Humanity at Crossroads, is so very close to my heart. And it is showing that when you realize that although you might be a tiny, tiny dot on Earth and even more so in the universe, you still can make a huge change. And it all starts with you, with your own world, because we are living in an energetic universe. Everything is energy. You are energy. So how does it look like in your world? I am helping people to raise their consciousness and awaken. And what does it mean? This lady here in the dark, she is believing that she is only human. She is simply realizing, noticing the physical world. She feels like a victim. Her heart is locked away because she is so afraid to open up because she doesn't want to be hurt. Her mind is limiting her reality. She has lots of limiting beliefs, and it is quite a struggle. Life is a struggle for you. That's her experience. She feels a victim. Now, the other lady has a different mindset. She understands, she is awakened to the fact that she is a soul with a human body. So the light is pouring into her heart. Her heart is open. She is aligned with her true potential. She feels compassion, kindness, unconditional love towards herself and everyone else. And this is attracting people to her. Her vibration is completely different. So it's all about change in perspective, in perception, in mindset. This is all about recognizing your true power. Yes, it means you need to take responsibility for who you are and do the work. But when you do that, you create an enormous change in your own world. Because what many people don't understand is the universe doesn't understand feelings or thoughts as such. The universe doesn't have preferences. It's not like the universe loves your neighbor more than loves you. The universe simply understands vibration. So if you are full of fear and resonating on a low frequency, then the universe is abundantly bringing you everything that is equivalent with that energy vibration. And in this case, it will be lack of money, lack of love, lack of happiness. However, when you realize who you are truly, you let go of your limiting beliefs, you work through your fears, you raise your vibration, and the universe is still doing the same thing, delivering whatever is equivalent with your new vibration, but your world has changed because now you are experiencing that everything is almost like falling into your lap. You have synchronicities and you are manifesting your dreams, your visions in your reality. To be honest, you are manifesting it every second of your life, but this time it is everything that you wanted, not what you accidentally manifested. It's a huge, huge change. And this is what I help people who work with me to achieve. Because when you open your heart, everything is changing in your world. And I am absolutely a believer. If you feel at peace, if you feel balanced, if you feel loved, if you feel happy, that vibration is contagious. So please, please spread this instead of anything else. Not the control, not the manipulation, not the what can I get out of this. Spread that energy of love, responding to everything from love. Spread the kindness, the compassion, the looking out to others instead of separation. Focus on how you can collaborate with others, how you can help them. And I believe this is going to create that enormous change which we are really in need of, a very positive wave going through the earth. And hopefully I managed to add to it today. Sending you so much love. Take care. Bye for now.
Hi, welcome to World Speech Day 2021, Humanity at the Crossroads. I think it's time for me to say that we need to reconcile humanity with nature. Why? Because this year we face so many problems like climate change, economic crisis, and COVID-19. I feel sad and hopeless at the same time, looking at our current situation, realizing that we are living in a dying world. Due largely to human activity which alter almost three-quarters of the Earth's land and two-thirds of the marine environments, this planet is battered not only by climate emergency but also biodiversity crisis. A recent UN report on biodiversity estimate the global rate of species extinctions is currently tens to hundreds of times higher than it is average. How ironic is it? And then, in 2020, COVID-19 came along. It's such a nightmare for us. This pandemic has taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of people throughout the world. Everyone suffering from this pandemic. It has led to a dramatic loss of human life and unprecedented challenge to public health and world of work. Tens of millions of people are at risk of falling into extreme poverty because the majority lack social protection and access to quality health care and it plus the productivity asset. This economic crisis had pushed our natural environment beyond the safety zone. And finally, we're beginning to understand that the more we put pressure on nature, the more it impacting us. From Australia worst wildfire, Indonesia burning forests and floods, and earthquake in Japan is critically that nature is trying to tell us that we were on track to experience devastating damage on our environment. If we do not act now, the ecosystem which we depend for our lives will collapse. Let's unite for our world to make it a better place for ours and for our children's. It's not about me. It's all about us. Let's make it a better place. Thank you.
Humanity at a crossroad. Global warming. Global warming is one of the severe problems in our human society. The government from each country has disseminated this to the whole world. But the effect did not show well. The people still do not realize how severe it is. First of all, I would like to explain a bit about what global warming is. Global warming has been a global issue since 1830, but humans first realized this issue 50 years later, in 1880. It is because the technology at the time was not advanced enough. But unfortunately, the scientists who had seen this strange phenomenon didn't value how severe it was. They thought the volcano was the reason which caused this phenomenon to happen. Therefore, they didn't care about this discovery. As the time goes by, our technology is developing at the same time. The scientists finally figured out that there was a big issue about temperature which is starting on Earth. They found the average temperature around the world that was growing in such an unusual way. The causes of the matter are what our human does, such as using thermoelectric generation, transportation, and air conditioner, and so on. Those are the main causes why global warming has increased year by year. The large number of carbon dioxide produced by these mentioned behaviors which intensify global warming. In my opinion, humans should pay more attention to it. The intensification of global warming is causing the land melting in Arctic and Antarctica. The polar bear will be extinct soon. It is because there's no land for them to live. On the other hand, the sea level will keep rising because of the meltwater from Arctic and Antarctica ice. Some islands, like Maldives, are already affected by the rising sea level. The sea will soon cover those islands In other words, those islands will disappear from the world map just because global warming brought us many problems. Humans should really start to take action and change this situation, such as declining the using what just mentioned, and especially the private cars. All of these behaviors produce a big pollution to Earth and release more carbon dioxide than anything. As a conclusion, the most important things that humans should change immediately is to truly realize the severity of global warming and start to take action. For example, save the life of the polar bear. Should we? 得，第二次搞掂啦。
The butterfly wasn't print red. Hello everyone, I'm a writer of student literatures in Macau. I want to share with you the story I create, The Butterfly That Wasn't Print Red. And some of this story will on humanities is at our rose cross. Once upon a time, there were many little butterflies, each with wings spread with different colors of the rainbow. These colorful butterflies love flying amongst flower film of their favorite colors. One evening, the beautiful sunset fairy beckoned to the butterflies. She said, "Among all the colors, red is the most beautiful. Red represents light. It is the color of the sun." Then all butterflies decided to fly to the end of the earth to find Sunset Fairy in order to dye themselves into the color of the sun. "If my ring turn red, my fate will surely be changed." Flying and flying, all of a sudden it started raining and some tiny butterflies were soaked by the rainstorms. They couldn't keep their balance, then fall to the ground and never got up again. A thunderstorm looked near. Another group of small butterflies were hit by the lightning. Their beautiful wings turned into ashes, and they too fell to the ground and never got up again. Finally, it was getting closer to the sun. Some of them couldn't bear the heat. These butterflies flapped and their bodies sank towards the ground and never got up again. After all the challenges, only a few strong butterflies managed to change their wings color to the color of the sun. "Great job!" the Sunset Fairy exclaimed as she decorates the butterflies with red ribbons. However, a great numbers of butterflies diminished. Their bodies and broken wings scattered the ground. Have you even had this experience? You feel that you are completely worthless because you can't meet the only standard of beauty in the school and society. So you choose escape. Do you feel unbothered by the world? But I want to tell you that even if cannot become the winner in life, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do, and you will have your own beauty. As an educator, I think education equality is a very important issue because education is the key to ideological construction. Educational fairness is not just about everyone opportunities is to get education, but also the expect for diversity, so that people from all walks of life have opportunities for development. Facing the hidden dangers of the killer spirits in the 21st century, we must reflect on elitism, learn to appreciate diversity, and believe that the world is beautiful because of difference. Let those colorful flowers and butterflies coexist harmoniously.
Hello and welcome to my presentation about the sick consumption of plastic our society is facing right now. Everybody has seen those pictures of turtles getting stuck in fishing nets and die, or seabirds with a stomach full of plastic and they die as well. So I'm here today to tell you what you as a consumer can do to solve this problem. At least a little bit. Good. So if you go to the supermarket the next time and you're gonna go for soft drinks and you have the option between plastic bottles and aluminium or glass, go for the aluminium bottle the next time. Because those resources are recyclable, almost 100%. And even if they end up in nature, they will not dissolve or create any harm for the environment. If we go for the plastic bottle, on the other hand, and it dissolves in nature, it will dissolve into microplastic, and then our food chain is absorbing it, and in the end, we as consumers are eating this food chain and thereby contaminating ourselves. Just a little thought for yourself. If we go to the second option and you go to buy fruits or vegetables in the supermarkets and you have those plastic bags around, just try to avoid them. Those are mainly single-use plastic bags. You put the stuff in, and when you go home, you cook, you throw them away. So that's plastic you can avoid. As a third option, and you see in the supermarket product packed in paper and in plastic, go for the paper option, because paper is also a resource which is really good recyclable. And on the other hand, if it somehow ends up in nature, it will not create any harm because it's literally made of trees. So these are options you can, as a consumer, have a bigger impact on, and you can create situations where there is a little bit less plastic in the world. I hope I've showed you that with little to no effort, you can have a bigger impact on the big picture and thereby creating a better future. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Carsten Smoller, and I'm here to talk about emotional intelligence and really the importance of emotional intelligence. The first question, of course, is what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand and manage your own emotions, to be able to really stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, and to be able to diffuse conflict and overcome challenges quite easily. With emotional intelligence, you learn not to trust your initial feelings, that first gut reaction you have when you see something scary or attractive. Instead, it teaches you to analyze your feelings. The ability to understand that your anger might just be there as a lack of desire or covering up something you love, or that your outbursts are just there to cover up your sadness. Having emotional intelligence helps you realize the true meanings behind your feelings. It allows us to figure out what we need and what we desire. Emotional intelligence is something that is needed throughout the whole of life. Whether you want to be a successful leader, a good friend, or a caring partner, this is something that you're going to have to carry with you and learn. But then the question comes, how do we learn this? How do we become emotionally intelligent? The truth is, there's no one way to do this. It's something that we're just going to have to continue to build up on. You can't just learn like that, unfortunately. You're going to need to be taught this through many different things, from meeting new people, day-to-day life, family, schools. The important thing is that you need to learn that no one can tell you what's right and wrong when it comes to your own emotions. Instead, you need to be able to learn how to reflect on your feelings, how our childhood has influenced us, and how to switch between feelings. It's quite common, unfortunately, for people to suppress their feelings, especially men. Whether it's because we've been gaslit in a previous relationship, whether it's because we've been told that our feelings do not matter or they're second to someone else, or whether it's just as simple as us being made feel dirty at a young age for telling people about how we feel about our emotions. I've made friends from different cultures, different backgrounds, and one common thing I found was that the taboo about talking about feelings was quite prevalent. It was quite disgusting, really. And how frowned upon it was for men in particular to talk about their feelings. There's a stigma behind it for some reason, which doesn't quite make sense. It's drilled into us that men should be emotionless creatures. Well, the fact is, everyone's got emotions, unfortunately. Luckily, though, things are getting better, especially with the feminist movements. Both women and men are actually learning how to communicate better. They're not being held back by the patriarchy anymore. They're feeling free to express themselves. In a ideal world, the whole emotional intelligence would not have a name. It wouldn't need to be talked about so much because we'd already have this emotional intelligence. We'd already know how to deal with our own feelings. We would have been taught this. However, as I said, this is something we're going to continuously work on. Whether you want to be that successful leader, that good friend, or that caring partner, we need to be able to understand our own feelings in order to understand other people's. To do this, we need to be more empathetic. We need to learn how to feel the emotions of someone else. Along with this, we need to be able to face our fears of being intimate with our own emotions. We need to be able to not let anyone control how we feel. We need to be ourselves. We need to understand why it is that we're happy this day, why we're upset, why we got this certain anger in our minds or this lust, desire, whatever. It's about understanding where all these feelings come from. That's the end of my speech, unfortunately. I hope I made you understand or helped you understand why emotional intelligence is important and how it's used in our lives to understand not just how we're feeling, but to understand how other people are feeling. Thank you for listening, and that's been me, Carsten Smoller. Thank you.
Life is hard. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have good parents, friends, or not have to worry about money. Not everyone is born completely healthy. There are people who have to live with motor difficulties, depression, or some other condition. Not everything in this life is pretty. For centuries, there have been wars, murders, and other heinous crimes. The history of mankind has such a dark side that knowing it completely can drive anyone to madness and despair. However, that is not all that there is in this world. The world is full of incredible people who help others in a selfish way. Researchers who discover vaccines against diseases, teachers who shape the future professionals of each country. There are people who, despite being in a wheelchair, does not prevent them from playing sports, studying at university, and forming a beautiful family. There are people who suffer from depression and still fight day after day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, my dear friends and everyone who present here. My name is Kezia Kiera Putri Erlina. You can call me Zizi. I'm 8 years old. I'm from Indonesia. Now I live in Pangkal Pinang. I am a student at MA Kids Fun House bilingual course. I'm feeling proud that I got chance to speak in front of such great personalities. As we know, being human is a given. But keeping our humanity is a choice. What kind of world do we choose to create now? This is our moment of change, the perfect time to decide who we want to be, where we are headed, and how we want to progress. The virus is affecting us all. Because we are all connected, we feel like we have to do something for others. This is an invitation not only to work together, but create something better together. We have seen how our creativity prevails in times of crisis, and it should continue. This time is our blank canvas, our moment of opportunity to find new ways to progress for all humanity. I know we can do this. I know we will do this. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Being human is given, but keeping up with the humanity is a choice. To all the ladies and gentlemen of the world, I truly hope that today you are at your best condition. In this opportunity, I would like to contribute something positive, which I hope that this can bring more of our hopes in spite of the negativities that's happening around us. If you remember 2 years ago, and of course the years before that, our lives have been so hectic that everything was just coming to us. There are a lot of competitions happening. Name it, for a job, for education, for self, or anything as such. I still remember on how much I used to be going out of the house every single day just to be able to complete all the needs. And obviously, with all the hustles that we had, I believe we have been losing the touch of being human. Like if you can see, we have only been thinking about ourselves more than thinking about others. We may have lost our contacts with our loved ones because our focus was just coming to our own lives. And at the same time, empathy, kindness seem to be something that is just almost vanishing from this world. And I truly believe that today, with this pandemic, all of these aspects are actually coming back. When the pandemic occurred, in spite of us distanced in place, we began to care for one another. We also remember on how much we are looking at how people are suffering and how we are ready to help them. Let's say, sending them money, sending them food, sending them loves through messages, and name it. There are a lot of it. And of course, being quarantined in our own position, we tend to spend more time with our loved ones. And of course, we have been calling those people, keeping in touch with those that we may have lost contact with. We actually became more social than we were before. And the most important part over here is that we are getting more empathic. We are showing more kindness to the world, not only in terms to our environment, but also to all of us as human beings. The world we are living at right now may have been different from the one before. Today, the world has literally taught us in a hard way, reminding us about how important being together is. We are literally fighting a war right now, a war with an enemy that is unseen. But look at how this enemy have literally brought us together. where we used to be so individualistic before. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us always light this hope, this empathy, this love, and this wonderful feeling that we have for all of us in this world. Because once this pandemic is over, I believe if we still hold on to this, I can imagine how beautiful our humanity will be. And instead, I would say that this particular crossroad we are in right now is instead going to be a crossroad of a betterment if we still keep this together. Take care and thank you.
Hello, my name is Tivian Ishwar and I'm from Malaysia. I'm so glad that I have a chance to talk about humanitarian. Well, what is humanitarian? Humanitarian means to have human values and an understanding of all human situations that we share, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, and social status. It is working towards common human goals and ensuring we support people with respect and dignity. It taps to the various members of Interagency Standing Committee, whose members are responsible for providing emergency relief. The 4 UN entities that have primary roles in delivering humanitarian aid are United Nations Development Programme, the United Nations Refugee Agency, the United Nations, and the World Food Programme. Aid workers are the people who internationally do humanitarian aid work. For example, Mother Teresa and Wanda Blacksa. UN happened during natural disasters like tsunami, floods, and earthquake. UN has special task force for delivering emergency aid to the victims. UNICEF is a children emergency fund. The Red Cross societies all over the world. Well, why do we need humanitarian aid? We need to help people who really needs help to cover their basic necessities like in poverty or natural disaster. For example, in Somalia, Ethiopia, there is hunger famine. Hunger famine means no food to eat because they can produce food in their area due to long-term drought. Humanitarian works in spans a wide range of activities, including providing food aid, education, healthcare, or protection. The majority of aid is provided in the form of in-kind goods or assistance with cash and vouchers, constituting only 6% of total humanitarian spending. However, evidence have shown how cash transfers can be better for recipients as it gives them choices and control. They can be more cost efficient and better for local markets and economies.
Give Yourself Grace by Timothy Galloway. When we plant a rose seed in the earth, we notice that it is small, but we do not criticize it as rootless or stemless. We treat it as a seed, giving it the water and nourishment required of a seed. When it first shoots up out of the earth, we do not condemn it as immature or underdeveloped, nor do we criticize the buds for not being open when they appear. We stand in wonder at the process taking place and give the plant the care it needs at each stage of its development. The rose is a rose from the time it is a seed to the time it dies. Within it, at all times, it contains its whole potential. It seems to be constantly in the process of change, yet at each state, at each moment, it is perfectly all right as it is. Lochani, Molweni, Dumelang, hello. My name is Letabolaka Gumete, and this poem is my submission for World Speech Day 2021. I am the founder, facilitator, and teacher of an educational initiative called Empowering the Art. Empowering the Arts is a multidisciplinary educational initiative that aims to empower cultural workers within their communities through socio-digital campaigns. With this work, my mission is simple, and that is to educate. When I was first invited by Simon Gibson, the founder of World Speech Day, to present a speech, I was truly humbled by this opportunity. However, when I read into the details and discovered that there is a 5 to 10 minute time to present the speeches, I was torn. Now, for someone who really enjoys to conversate and to sit in conversation with other people, 3 to 5 minutes can really feel like a grain of sand in an ocean of time. Nevertheless, after much deep and contemplative thought, and with a mindful eye on the clock, allow me to expand on why I chose the poem Give Yourself Grace by Timothy Galloway as an offering towards capturing what humanity's at the crossroads looks like for me and how I navigate that within my space. First, in my work, one of the projects to come out of Empowering the Arts is a curriculum development project titled Welcome to We. The we in Welcome to We refers to the curators, gallery assistants, museum educators, healers, and other cultural representatives within any given community of people. Working with these people is what truly hydrates and recharges my humanity. Now, without giving too much away, there's a famous Nina Simone quote that succinctly captures the work that we do. It goes as follows: "The duty of an artist is to express and reflect the times in which we live in." And so, exercising my passion with patience in this very historically and emotionally taxing field of the arts, the need for introspection and a reckoning with the self in 2021 has never been more crucial. I, as the facilitator of these conversations, learn so much in the process. And because of this, I recognize that I too still have a lot to learn. In our homes, we find that the COVID-19 pandemic has undone and rewired our notions of home. And so for me, new definitions of self-care have inspired a militant and unapologetic form of self-love. To quote Audre Lorde, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare." So, to end, let us be clear. Chaos is not new in the world. And as this pandemic has brought us closer to ourselves and to our communities by way of lockdown restrictions, curfews, or in a more harrowing way, being retrenched, let us remember that we too are like roses. So, wherever you are, even if it's in the germinating stages of your life where you're still trying to figure out what the next move looks like, or if you're fully in bloom and standing in your glory, always remember to give yourself and those around you the highest and most sincere form of grace. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liam. I'm a current student at Metropolia University in Finland, and alongside a teacher by the name of Marco, also at the university, we will give a speech today about financial inequality. We have seen this issue grow worse and worse on a day-to-day basis. This is evident by the sheer number of people living in extreme poverty. All of this happening at a point when there are more billionaires in the world than ever before, whose wealth continues to grow. A study by Oxfam has shown that over half the world's population live on less than $5.50 a day. Compare this to the top 1%, whose wealth is twice as much as 6.9 billion people. Why then do we continue to see financial policy being implemented which takes away from the less wealthy? An example being the Trump administration's actions surrounding Medicaid. At the same time, we are seeing large corporations being allowed to grow their wealth exponentially. Countries like the US and France have implemented policy to lower corporate tax rates. The pandemic only magnifies the gulf in inequality. We are seeing loads of people losing jobs which only barely allowed them to survive prior to the pandemic. You compare this then to the pharmaceutical companies who are making astronomical profits off the back of this pandemic due to the prices which they're charging for the vaccine. This all comes down to the power which they have to control the price levels. To quote Robert Reich, corporations, giant banks, and billionaires control a growing share of the economy and government. They have such power, they are stacking the odds in their favor, allowing this 1% to grow wealthier and wealthier, while the masses, your average human, is losing power, losing the ability to develop and grow, and is just becoming less and less wealthy. I will now pass over to Marco and allow Marco to share his views on the subject.
One of the biggest things for me is that the consequences, that there are so many levels of consequences that we can see. And I think, of course, the most dire and the most direct consequence is that the people, the regular people and millions and probably billions are suffering because they are not being afforded the opportunities that they should have. Because I think that most of the people, they are hardworking and they do work a lot, but they end up working many jobs and still, not have the same opportunities. So I think that that's obviously the most dire and maybe direct consequence. But then there are certain other consequences that I feel that are really important that we haven't really discussed. And I think it's the consequences, what the inequality has to our society. And I think one of the things is like losing trust to each other, for example. I think that we've already seen that. And I think it's partly due to the neoliberal politics where they want you to believe that you as an individual, you are actually in the epicenter of everything. And you, with your own actions, by working hard, you can make money and you can become rich. You have this opportunity to have the American dream. And so that's something that is another problem, that we kind of have created this really a big problem of trust. We don't trust each other anymore. And we don't really have, when we don't have trust, I think that eventually it is going to have an impact on the way the society works. The institutions in our society are not really working properly if people don't have trust. And then obviously there are other things that we don't necessarily consider, is that these things are going to have impacts that we don't really foresee at the moment. So far, the middle class is such a huge player in the economies of, at least in the Western world. They are the ones who are spending, they are the ones who are keeping the economy rolling. But if we're going to see the steady decline of a middle class, it is going to have an impact on what kind of products we are going to have in the future, what kind of services are we going to have, what kind of jobs are we going to have. I think that the quality of jobs is already suffering quite a bit. But I think that those are probably the major issues that I have about the inequality.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenna Vitar and I'm speaking to you today on March 15th, 2021. Yes, 3 months have already passed in the year 2021. Even the phrase 2021 sounds too strange to be true. To make things even weirder, as a matter of fact, we are today closer to the year 2050 than we are to 1980. We're basically living in the future. When I was a kid and I think of the future, I'd imagine flying cars, vacation on Mars, underwater houses, and robots everywhere. Well, what we've reached today is acceptable, I guess. No, really. Scientifically and technologically, we have evolved and progressed greatly. Humanity-wise, however, not that much. When I was a kid and I think of the future, I never even bothered to think of our situation as humanity. I thought that wars, poverty, and injustice will perish and we will all be living in harmony. Turns out, peace wasn't really part of the plan. Now I want you to imagine, how would activists of the past react if they knew that we're still fighting for equality? What would they say if they knew that so many people are still lacking their basic human rights? I can tell you, they would be disappointed. And what's even more disappointing about this is the fact that we are all today closer to each other than ever. I don't even have to travel across the world to be in this seminar. I don't even have to ride the car or get out of my room, maybe bed even. We can know about everything and anything just by a press of a button, even a tap of a screen. Just ask Siri what's happening around the world and she will tell you everything. The years will pass. Today we're in 2021, tomorrow 2081. But if we do not learn how to look past our differences, how to be compassionate towards one another, if we do not learn to be there for each other and to give out our helping hands for one another when they need them, robots and the entire solar system will not do us any favors. We will be existing in the future while our minds will be way back. I do not want to wait until I'm a grandma for peace to finally prevail. I want that now. You might tell me that there are many uncontrollable situations that hinder the evolution of mankind. COVID, for example, wars, etc. Now, these obstacles do hinder our evolution. They hinder our materialistic evolution, the technological and scientific evolutions and progressions. However, the growth and advancement of our minds and our hearts and our love for one another cannot be hindered even by the strongest force of them all. We cannot advance in any ways and take steps into the future if we do not make advancements here and here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marta Melnik. I'm a polyglot who works in IT and likes discussing difficult topics. We all know a saying, 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. But how about 10 or 50 or 100 apples a day? Anything what is good in small amount can be harmful, damaging in huge quantity. We are happy to live in the world where anything is available. Our life is comfortable. Sometimes it's so comfortable that we don't realize that actually it's a curse. We can work from home, more and more professions allow this. We can purchase almost anything. For most of these things, we don't have to leave our home. We can just order it online and have it delivered in a few days, sometimes the next day. We don't have to cook anymore. We can just have anything delivered, even if it's just 1 cup of coffee. We have computers and other smart devices that make our lives easier. The thing's getting worse when it comes to information. It is overwhelming, it's a fact, but it is also too available. It started losing its value. Let's be honest. I'm sure that most of us, at least once in life, have had the thoughts like, why should I learn this if I can just Google it, literally at any time? I thought like this a few times in my life. I'm not proud of this, but it's true. Recently, I have watched a few videos on YouTube, which on the first sight seem really funny. There are random people on the street asked questions, basic preschool, elementary school questions, and they don't know answer. They could not respond correctly. And at first it was really hilarious, but then I thought, if a person cannot even show his or her own country on the map, it is a real tragedy. And I think that's true, because what is the sense of learning anything if we can obtain information just in a few clicks? But I often think about the character of a book, The Count of Monte Cristo, Abbe Faria, who was a well-educated man, and he had deep knowledge in languages, mathematics, and science. And he spent a few years passing his knowledge to Edmond Dantes. So he was able to teach him with no help of books or internet. And how many of us will be able to teach anything for a month or at least a week with no external help, only with what we already know? I think that too comfortable life has made us lazier and more ignorant. I think this is a very important issue that needs attention from anyone. And I also realized that ignorance is not so easy to fight. But I think it's good to start with ourselves. I personally continue learning languages, those that I need for my life, but also those that I just like. I like learning topics that I don't need for my career and for my everyday life, just for the general knowledge. And I try to read books from different genres just to extend my horizons. And I understand that ignorance is not so easy to fight, but I really enjoy trying.
Okay, I just want to send a message to people around the world, a simple quote that may be forgotten nowadays. It has a strong message inside it. I know this quote from George Bernard Shaw. He said, "Now that we are able to fly through the air like a bird, swim underwater like a fish, all that is left to us is to live on the land like human beings." My name is Andri Fernanda. Mari memanusiakan manusia. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Liao, and in here, I will deliver a short speech about humanity at a crossroad. Humanity is only one, no matter what gender, ethnicity, religion, nationality, skin color, and social status all have the same human values. They have the same basic right. They want to be glorified and they don't want to be humiliated. All humans have feelings that can be happy, rejoice, and love. But the same human being can suffer be sad, and cry. Humanity is universal across geographic, ethnic, cultural, religious, and social status. My friends, humanity goes hand in hand with tolerance. Imagine if we live without tolerance, there will be war and conflict everywhere. It will be impossible for us to coexist with those who are different from us. We will live in terror that people outside our group will attack us at any time. Unfortunately, there are still people out there who feel this terror. Fear of being ostracized, ridiculed, and laughed at just for being themselves and for what they believe. Just because they are not like other societies, they are discriminated against. These people are a minority. They are also human like us. They have the same rights and obligation as us. However, they cannot live in peace like us. Why? Because there are still intolerant people living in our midst who will always use the majority's excuse to justify their evil deeds. It's sad, but all we can do is show our love and respect for minorities by tolerating them. For that, come on, my friends, we hold hands, embrace each other, and make this world full of human love. Humanity in love. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Philippe Gerville, and I'm an executive advisor, a keynote speaker, and a digitalization humanist. And I'm really honored to have the opportunity to speak at the World Speech Day 2021 about humanity at the crossroads. Additionally, I'm even more lucky to do this recording today on March 8th, the International Women's Day. Therefore, I have to start with that because it's very important. And I'm not going to start with the classical quote, behind every successful man, there is a woman. Because although it sounds great, I think women deserve better than be behind a man. And I prefer many other quotes like without her, so without H-E-R, even the word hero becomes O or zero. Or there's a better one, not such a short one, but there's a quote I love a lot from Tian Mei, China's leading anchor for international broadcast. And she's saying, any society that fails to harness the energy and creativity of its women is at a huge disadvantage in the modern world. And I think that is very important. And because, what we forget quite often is to utilize or benefit from the unique strengths and skills brought by women. And we don't need women acting like men because they have something more that we men don't have. And that's what they should bring. And I really think we're missing that still a lot in today's society. Additionally, there should not be one International Women's Day. Every single day should be a woman or even a humanity day. That brings me to the topic of today, humanity at the crossroad. We are actually living unprecedented times and the worldwide crisis due to the pandemic, to this COVID-19. I can even not say only since months, it's becoming years. It's more than 1 year already, and we are already starting the second one, and nobody knows when it's going to end. But crisis in Chinese is called Wei Ji, where Wei means danger and Ji means opportunity. And I think that's the mindset that we should buy into. Many things became possible during the pandemic that nobody would have imagined before. Having so many people around the world wearing face masks, where we thought only some Asian people are doing that. Lockdowns, whole cities, country put into lockdown. Nobody would have imagined that even 2 years ago. But what did we learn from it? And are we conscious about how many other radical needed changes should also become possible? There's also a lot of cultural differences where I think we should learn from. Starting with the example of the mask. In Asia, people are wearing masks to protect the others. In the Western world, our mindset is more oriented that we are wearing masks to protect ourselves. So there's a huge difference in the perception about wearing the mask. And even we had this whole discussion, about freedom, liberty, and all that things that, forcing people to wear a mask is hindering, or is against the freedom. No, it's about the freedom of the others. It's about protecting others. So we can learn a lot from other cultures. We should not think only we have the truth and the unique way to do things. There's another one which is now even more recently becoming a topic, vaccination. In the Western world, we started to vaccinate the older people, because these are the people at risk. So we started to vaccinate those people in the elderly homes and all that. And then moving up, to the next generation of people, but still vaccinating older people. In Asia, and especially in China, they are vaccinating the younger people, because the younger people are the one who still continue, go to work, go to school, come back home, are moving around, are traveling. So they are the one at risk of making the virus circulate within their family, within their community. So I'm not saying it's black and white, but we should think about that, and what is probably the best options. Because again, different culture brings different point of view, different mindsets, and we should learn from that. And learning, that's just one of the key words we have. It's about continuous learning. The pace of learning is going faster, is increasing. We have to learn and adapt day after day. And COVID is indeed a big factor helping us to get this mindset of continuous learning. But what is learning? For me, learning is more about the willingness of to learn something than giving lessons. We have so many people now around us, they just want to give lessons. I think it's much more motivating and much more important to learn than to give lessons. We have to be openness, being open-minded, much more open-minded, especially again, as I mentioned earlier, about different cultures, different countries, different point of view. There's not only one way of doing things. We talk a lot also now about, after the pandemic, the future of the workplace, the future of education, and many things like that. But what is the future of humanity? The World Economic Forum team for 2021 was or still is the Great Reset. I think that's a wonderful 3-word sentence. The Great Reset. It's a huge opportunity that is given to us. We were stopped. So let's stop and rethink. Rethink to do things differently. Rediscovering the real value of human connections, social interaction. We have been now isolated, locked down at home, And now we understand what are we missing in this whole human connections and interactions. Too often, it is only when we lost something in our life that we become aware about how much we are missing it, or maybe not missing it. Same, of course, for a loss of a family member or a friend. Once they died, we said we should have spent more time with them. So we have to learn not to come into that situation and really live our life when the people or the things we need are still here, rather than blaming it once we lost it. There's a unique opportunity to rethink our business models for the better, but there's also a risk to do it for the worse. So I'm not so angry that the pandemic, the recovery is becoming later, that we took much more time, because everybody said quite quickly, we have to use the opportunity to rethink our business models and do the things differently. But if the normal life, or we could argue what is normal, would have restarted only 2 or 3 months last year, 2020, after the start of some of these restrictions, I bet with you, most of the business and everything would have come quickly back to what it was before. There would not have been a reset. Now with the time, we have to reset. There will not be a business like before. We have to rethink it. And again, it's a unique opportunity, and we have to bring more humanity back into the equation. Reconnect also with nature. We need to address seriously topics, like gas emission, clean energy, pollution, waste management, climate change, sustainability, etc. Make environmental stewardship part of your business and your brand, but for real. For example, we are starting to fight against plastic pollution, but because of the urgency and what's going on now, how much more plastic did we produce during the pandemic to produce gloves or other personal protective equipments, or now for syringes to vaccinate hundreds of millions of people worldwide? Of course, I'm not saying did we have a lot of choice because things are going so quickly, but on one side we say we reduce plastic, and on the other side we are increasing dramatically the use and production of plastic. We have to revalorize local products and local culture. Embrace the human element and its culture. I say it again, culture is such a richness. We should really embrace it and use it. It's wonderful to have different culture and to learn from each other. We should also embrace economic and generational diversity. I have met wonderful young people. You cannot imagine, 15, 16 years old, talent, people having created a startup, being CEO of already a running company with 15 and 16 just because they are so bright. So we, the older generation, we should not only learn from them, but support them in the learning. Yes, we still have something to contribute, but together, not saying all what you're doing is not possible, is wrong. They have crazy, amazing ideas, which we should really help them to realize. We should, of course, and I think that's part of my introduction, calling myself a digitalization humanist. What is a digitalization humanist in my definition? I'm a big fan and promoter of all the new technologies, being it IoT, artificial intelligence, blockchain, you name it, we have it. But using those technologies to serve the human and not the other way around. And that's quicker said than done, because it is a real challenge. The pandemic was or is still the number one key driver of digital transformation in many companies and industries, as well as in our private life. For example, my mother-in-law, aged 78 years old, she even never had a mobile phone. a simple mobile phone. I'm not talking a smartphone. She never used even a simple mobile phone. But since the pandemic and the restriction, she learned to use a tablet, and she's doing video conferences with her kids and grandchildren barely on a daily basis. So that's something very positive, because even before she was not seeing the grandchildren or our children that often. So now, of course, there's still the human interaction missing, but being able to talk in front of a video live with her kids and grandchildren who sometimes are kilometers away, it's a huge progress for her. But it's amazing when I see how much she embraced the technology while being 78 years old. We have also to create a sustainable, inclusive, and regenerative urban environment, but also bridging the gap between countryside and cities, or even more important, between richer and poorer countries. Not increasing those gaps. That's a risk with the pace of this technology, that we have even more people left behind rather than getting them along with us.
And Socrates taught Plato. Plato taught Aristotle, and Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. They wanted to learn, teach, discuss, debate, develop philosophy and other proper ways of doing things. As in management and marketing, we have today doing the right things, effectiveness, and doing things right, efficiency. Indeed, the Socrates method is a tool used still today to initiate discussion. This brings us to respect. A bachelor's degree is something to be very proud of. It commands respect. Teachers and students used to wear robes and funny hats that look like books to signify their role and status in society. Now we wear them only at graduation and on special occasions. Here's mine, bachelor undergraduate graduation with my mother and brother. So this respect must be earned. And so I say one who attends 4 years of classes that contains a brutal amount of work, mental contemplation, expense, sacrifices, not to mention sometimes poor lunches and little sleep, this person has indeed earned society's respect. And this brings us to responsibility. The degree carries respect, and so you should be circumspect. Be aware that education is a powerful tool, that it can help build or tear down. Note the old sayings, knowledge is a two-edged knife that cuts both ways, or a gun that points both ways, or education is a powerful car, but you still need to know where to go. These phrases are apt in their allocating responsibilities to the user. You are part of a long tradition that carries responsibilities in a philosophy that life is a learning process and learning is a lifelong process, a road that never ends. But you now can drive the car onto the highway, but beware of the traffic. Finally, there are many ways to be happy, many roads to happiness, success in life. What is happiness? Health? Health is part of it, perhaps. A fulfilling, supportive, romantic, private life? Satisfying work? Success in business? And what about contentment, self-actualization? Can college help us with this? Well, these do not necessarily bring one happiness, but fulfilling one's potential is an important element leading to happiness, even contentment. There have always been capable people, even true geniuses who did not go to school, let alone graduate with a bachelor's degree. But for some, college can be part of this path, to become a college graduate, for it means to suffer and sacrifice for an education, a better life, a bachelor's degree. So I say to you now, the torch is passed. Please stand and receive your laurels. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our graduating class.
Hi, my friend. How are you today? Great? I'm glad to hear that. And I hope every day in every way, things are getting even better. Today, I'm going to share with you why we, humanity, are at a crossroad right now and what we can do about it. Have you ever felt isolated when there was no one who wants to listen to you? And have you ever felt painful and there was no one who even noticed it? And have you ever wanted to speak up but you couldn't because he or she thinks you're not worthy enough? Yes, I have. And have you ever felt that our Mother Earth and our fellow species have the same feelings? My friend, why there's a missing link between us? We are superior. That's what they think, not you, my friend. Let's imagine our last breath was filled with dirty air caused by methane because we pollute the soil and we overeat beef. And let's imagine our last sip of water was contaminated by plastic and noodles floating in the ocean. Let's imagine our food was not grown with love, but is simple and can be dangerous, and we are not sure why we get sick. You know, my friend, what we put into our body has everything to do with what we put out to the world. And one thing I know for sure is how our world is shaking right now. And you're afraid Because you and I are going to suffer how our species suffer. Let's pause it right here. Just close your eyes and take a deep breath in. Do you still remember the good times we have in our lives? And it's when, in the morning, the birds are singing and we are awakened by the sunlight. And after a long day of work, we still want to walk home to enjoy the sunset. That's a good life. When we walk outside, we breathe in fresh air without wearing our masks. That is a good life. And do you really want to see how our world is getting worse? No, you don't. We have a good life. We can enjoy it. And you're feeling grateful about it. Because this is what our life has to offer. And my friend, believe in us. We, humanity, are at a crossroad right now. And if we come together, we can do something together. And I believe in it. And I'm committed in doing that. And will you join me on the journey, my friend?
Women in power and decision making, one of the critical concerns of the Beijing Platform for Action. How to deal with this challenge? How can we make a common front and contribute to help make the best decisions in life? The answer? Education and training. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Wapalita, a platform that promotes equality for all. The people who made this video and I honestly believe it is vital to develop and empower a new generation of leaders who can contribute to the restructuring of more inclusive, secure, and equitable organizations and communities. How can we achieve this target? Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I learn. Perhaps you have heard this popular quote. As a pedagogue, coach, and trainer, I totally agree with Benjamin Franklin. Indeed, it doesn't matter which culture, language, nationality, or background. Involve the youngest, and they will learn. Education is a basic human right, and gender equality is fundamental to its realization. Hence, education with equal purposes can bring wonders to humanity across cultures. We must focus on the way we see gender norms. And for that, we need to plant fresh, innovative seeds in our mind. What if we call these seeds competencies? Competencies as seeds need the support of a sort of elements to grow and develop. If a seed means the foundation of a plant, a tree, a fruit, food for life, a competency is also then for a skill, knowledge, consciousness, and development. The analogy makes us think life exists for planting, growing, evolving, contributing, developing new skills, learning for something new, looking for innovation is today more than ever a duty in this changing world. When Wapalita Friday Talks started last year, the opportunity of having a forum to speak soon turn into a synergetic room where the voices of women from different countries, cultures, and nationalities met each other to exchange, suggest, propose, create, contribute. This is how we created the 2030 Feminine Leader Profile, in which we define 10 competences. Competency number 1, self-assessment. This journey must start with your inner side. So, analyze your attitudes, beliefs, choices, and performances. And ask yourself, do they correspond to my life's mission and vision? Are they aligned? Competency number 2, enhancing self-esteem. The ability to recognize one's status in terms of evolution, talents, limits, and values. And you know what? Recognizing your areas of opportunity to be a better human being is a great step. But if you decide to make an action and commit to achieve it, this is truly an occasion to celebrate. Competency number 3, comprehensive proficiency. Share all this knowledge and experience you have gathered either through formal education or life events. Leaving your legacy to support the improvement of others is beautiful, and you know what? It's human. Competency number 4, proactive intervention. Take the lead. Show commitment and orientation toward goals. Accept responsibility for the situation with actions. Competency number 5, sincere inclusivity. Today, more than ever, developing the ability to actively include elements of diversity is an asset that must be part of our daily agenda. Competency number 6, meaningful communication. Not only express your ideas in a clear, concise, and organized way. Focus on goals using powerful questions, active listening, and assertive body language. Observe attentively your conversation partners. Show interest and foster connection. Competency number 7, intentional networking. Connecting with others beyond borders for building meaningful partnerships and relationships is the challenging 2020 brought us. Competency number 8, technical knowledge. Darwin was right. It is not the strongest, but the one that can adapt easier to the changes of the environment. Embracing digitalization has occurred in the most automatic and natural way for many of us. Competency 9, financial acumen. Understanding basic financial concepts, setting financial goals, and knowing how to manage resources wisely is vital for making good financial decisions. And not only that, escalate to the next level of realization. Competency number 10, added value formation. Be innovative, disruptive. Find different ways to make things happen. Do that extra mile. Motivate and inspire others to achieve big performances and continuous development. The 2030 Feminine Leader Profile is a proposal for anyone who wants to develop competencies that help you know yourself better and empower you to be a transformational agent for this global community. If you are interested to learn more about this work or to collaborate in the design of the Feminine Leadership Program, which is coming, feel free to contact us. As many diverse seeds we have, the most beautiful this tree will be. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Wapalita. I support World Speech Day. I am Wapalita. Yo soy Wapalita.
Being a woman, learning how to be a woman, teaching how to be a woman. Is there such a thing? Do we need to teach and learn how to be a woman? A long time ago, there would be lovely courses teaching girls how to become a woman. That would mean teaching how to cook, how to clean, how to iron, how to become a mother. My grandmother, for instance, has a book that I absolutely love to reread. It is called something like The Woman in the Living Room and in the Kitchen, and it teaches sweets and bakery, cocktails, etiquette, special occasions, and everything else. I know my grandmother was born in the last century, and to be honest, even I was born in the last century. And nowadays there is no such a thing, and gender roles are completely different. Or maybe not. This is past, you might say, but we want to be focused on the future. But if we want to make gender equality present in the near future, we need to take actions, small but important ones, small but impactful ones, small and local ones, small and on a daily basis, small and focused on individual accountability and willingness to change. Let's go back to the beginning. Do we learn how to become a woman? Do we teach how to become a woman? This is not an easy answer, and we will find so many issues around it. But just for this moment, follow me, and let me explain why I believe that the answer is yes. That we really need to learn how to be a woman, and why we really need to teach someone how to be a woman. Let's go. I believe that modeling is one of the most important ways of teaching and learning, mainly because we learn almost without knowing that we are learning. It just happens. That's why I'm considering now that micro-learning is. We don't need to be enrolled in a formal course on how to be a woman. We learn it every day. That also means that we are all teachers in this subject. And I mean all, men and women. So we need to be aware about the lessons we are giving, even though we are not in a classroom. Everything we say, we do, or judge is a way of showing what we believe the norm is. Also, every time we put the spotlight on a woman, mainly if it is a woman doing something that usually we tend to see only men doing, we are probably micro-teaching someone that this is also a woman's job. And this is my first main message. Please be aware that we are always micro-teaching someone, be it a woman or a man, a child or a coworker, a boss or a friend. And how can we become more effective teachers? I believe we need to be informed. So please keep micro-learning every day. We don't need to be enrolled in some formal course or something like that to learn. We need to read, to search, to be curious, to be updated, because that will make each one of us a more effective teacher. When you drop here and there random facts, numbers, infographics, questions, you can effectively teach someone something. If you can share information around we are going around gender equality in science or management roles, you will have the opportunity to make people think about it. And we are far away from reaching gender equality. And that is my second message. Learning and teaching are based on our ability to think and to make others think.
You don't even need to share your opinion. Just help people find the relevant information. And after that, let them by themselves make their own questions and find their own conclusions. But we need a third main message here. That is a rule around speeches. And my third message is, please take care and develop the messenger. I believe that we must try and be committed with developing our competencies. So we need to be kind but demanding with ourselves, finding out what competencies we need to work on and become more prepared to take control over our achievements. In Guapalita, we have defined a way of developing inclusive feminine leadership for all, based on some key competencies. And yes, we may learn to master all of them. May it be inclusiveness, intentional networking, technical knowledge, and others. So please see yourself as a work in progress. Keep mastering you, and you will be soon a model. And that brings us to the beginning. We teach others how to be by being. To sum up, I believe that we are all teachers around here, and we really need to learn how to teach to achieve gender equality. You know, it's like they say, it's a tough job, but someone has to do it, and we are the ones in charge of it. We, women and men, every day, everywhere. We might be teaching micro stuff, but I believe we will achieve macro results. Remember, we teach others how to be by being.
Just focus on yourself.
So you own your feelings.
Yeah.
You're not trying to reject them. You
No.
own your feelings and you work with them
Yeah,
through that
and
process.
it's not wrong to cry in public, and it's not wrong to stay in your room and cry. I mean, everybody deals with their feelings every different way.
Mhm.
So I mean, you feel them. Don't reject them. Don't say, no, I don't want to feel this. I don't want to feel that. Your feelings are a part. Your emotions are a part of you.
Mhm.
They make you. So go through them. That's how you get to be a better person. And trust me, you're gonna have to go through a lot of heartbreak and things like that to get better, to be stronger,
Learn from the
to
experience.
learn from the experience. You're
Good
gonna
point.
have a lot of things like that, but you just think to yourself, I mean, it's not worth it. Okay, yeah, it happened, but you can learn from it and be a better person. So it's like, continue moving. It's not worth it to end your life over one thing. You're always gonna have that. So it's like, okay.
So you're looking ahead for your next years. You're going to
Yeah.
turn 18 here shortly and become of age, you know, what we say. Is that something that inspires you to continuing every day, bettering yourself, you know, to think that there will be the day that you be 18, there will be a day that you become an adult.
Yeah.
And with adulthood come responsibilities.
Yeah.
So how does that make you feel? Is that scary?
No, it's not scary. It's just a new challenge in life.
Good point.
It's not scary, and maybe it is scary, but it doesn't necessarily have to be bad.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people use it being scared for them to help continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Astera Brilka, a psychologist and a former academic. I'm passionate about mental health and well-being and women empowerment. I'm one of the Guapalitas. Currently based in the UK, I have previously lived and worked in different countries across Europe. I'm here today with my dear friend, Mr. Ashutosh Kagliwal from Mumbai, India, to talk about feminine leadership and how to support girls and young women to become the leaders of their own lives and their communities.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashutosh. I'm a software engineer by profession and I volunteer with the communities.
So I work with the adults, adolescents, and the kids. I teach and help them over the weekends.
Becoming an empowered and independent woman that can be a role model for others does not start in adulthood, but in childhood and adolescence. Being born a European, I had the privilege of growing up being relatively equal to men. But while this experience is so widely shared and taken for granted by us, it is not that obvious for millions of women born in other parts of the world.
Yes, indeed. So I have seen a lot of women and girls going through a tough time, and they are mostly dependent on their husbands for the finances. So it's only due to the reason that they are lacking sometimes the skill sets. So we have come up with the solution on this. So we train and empower and impart training over the weekends to all of these girls and the women. So for instance, with the slum women, we do singing workshops. We teach them some skill sets so they can earn some money, as well as do some kind of work which will engage them. And with the slum girls, specifically we are focusing on skills, including like communication skills, presentation skills, and all that, plus IT programming, so that these girls will have a better future. So I believe with the right skill set, these girls and the women from the communities can have a better impact on the world and society as well.
I'm sure that the work that you do, Ashutosh, will empower and equip many girls to strive for more in life that they have observed in their families of origin. While in Europe, women do not struggle with equal access to education or jobs as much as they do in India, they face other challenges that prevent them from becoming accomplished leaders. The pressure that so many girls and young women experience when they try to live up to the expectations imposed on them by society and their own families have serious consequences for their mental health and well-being. From my perspective, this is the main problem that future female leaders face in the Western part of the world today. From childhood, we are confronted with lots of societal expectations that are unrealistic and often contradict one another. We, women, are expected to be nice, polite, and unproblematic, but at the same time to be assertive and fight for our rights. We are told that the looks don't matter that much in life as the intellect and educational achievement do, yet what we see in commercials, movies, and around us tells a different story. We are expected to have successful careers, earn good money, and contribute to the household equally with men. But we are also supposed to be dedicated mothers and submissive wives at the same time. It all has been a source of many well-being and mental health issues among girls and young women living in the Western Hemisphere. Anxiety, depression, self-mutilation, problems with self-confidence and self-esteem, distorted image of our own bodies that leads to eating disorders. These are just some of the long-term consequences that female high achievers of all ages face in the West. Yet, many girls and women choose not to talk openly about their experience as they are ashamed to be stigmatized and labeled.
Yeah, so that's what I believe, that if we start working with the communities, specifically girls and the women from an early time, they will empower the world. Because I heard that if a girl is educated, she can educate and support the whole family. So this is what I believe, that if each one of us together work on this initiative to teach at least one girl child, just imagine, we can multiply this effect, and this will create a ripple effect in the world and the communities around. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to us and our message today. Bye.
What makes one a strong, sensitive leader? A leader is someone who has a clear vision of a mutually beneficial goal and who is able to inspire and encourage the team members to work together towards the accomplishment of this goal. They have a very clear vision that empowers and sustains the group that creates momentum and synergy within the group. They are the center, the heart center of the group, and they have a direct connection with all the team members. And this allows them to notice any discord or lack of vision or problems within the group and to quickly address them, those issues, by implementing steps and procedures that strengthen the team and all the members. They have an innate awareness of the emotional climate within the group, and they can also notice, because of their experience and expertise, if there are any emotional or intellectual pitfalls that can slow down, dissolve, or break up a team. And again, because of the connection, their direct connection with all the team members, things can be addressed quickly. And in the process, the team and the team members are empowered. Because a leader has a clear vision, a very strong passion about their individual goal and the common goal, they encourage all the team members to define their individual goals and dreams, thus empowering them to step in their own individual leadership roles and to express their capabilities and competencies freely and generously. This creates then a unique entity, a team that is a living, growing, expanding unity that together works towards individual and common goals. And the magic happens there when leaders, individual leaders, intentionally choose to be part of a bigger goal and at the same time following their own dreams. And vulnerability is a big part of that process, of the leader showing up with their perceived shortcomings and weaknesses and being able to deal with them and to sharing them openly so team members can grow from that experience. This vulnerability opens hearts and minds and connects teams very, very deeply and creates a really strong powerhouse of strong, sensitive leaders. And this group of leaders, self-aware leaders, will start to create changes in their own life, in their communities, and worldwide.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share some of our ideas about what it means to be a feminine leader in our world today. My name is Rhonda Bowen, and I'm proud to be a member of Guapalita and World Speech Day. We are so pleased to have this opportunity to reach out to you, women and men who are involved in making sure that our world becomes a better place. At World Speech Day, we believe that it is important to listen to unexpected voices. If you've never met us before, or you don't know what we do, then maybe our voices were unexpected for you. Our movement has begun due to a number of reasons, but one of them has very much to do with the subject of this year's World Speech Day theme, humanity at a crossroads. We realize that the lives of women and girls have been looking for support for a very long time. We have decided to join forces and work together as a team to make sure that the changes that are so desperately needed in our world today actually become a reality. You see that we are cooperating to develop and empower people to become feminine leaders through the 10 competencies and opportunities to make sure that not only the seeds are planted, but that the development takes place to have those lives blossom. We have decided to help people understand what it means to be a woman based on those everyday actions and the small things we do that can really make a difference to help girls and women be curious and find the information that is relevant for their lives. This includes supporting women not only in their knowledge, but also in their feelings and emotions, and helping them be courageous. These are just some of those things that are so important for us as we move forward and try to make the lives of women and girls better in many parts of the world. Although they come from different backgrounds, they all have the right to develop effective skills. Even when expectations vary greatly and the consequences of our actions may not be recognized immediately, we continue to work together to make this world a better place. Our cooperation as a team exemplifies that we believe that we all have a way to learn, to empower each other, to provide encouragement, and to make sure that those things we do together are for the greater good. We thank you so much for listening to our ideas, and we hope we've given you time to think again about what feminine leadership really means. At this time, when humanity is at such a crossroads, we hope our unexpected voices have been able to help you become more aware of feminine leadership and its role in our world today. Please feel free to contact us, and we look forward to having you become part of our movement.
COVID-19 brought attention to everyone. Everyone has to wear a mask to prevent infection from COVID-19. We have to change, improve, and not to slacken ourselves in this situation for the sake of our safety. But some people did not realize the importance of wearing masks and do protection work by not to infect COVID-19. Since COVID-19 has started spreading out at the end of the year in 2019, at the beginning of COVID-19, majority people did not know the danger of COVID-19. So they go out oftentimes, just like the disease haven't happened yet. But with the time elapsing, people finally know the danger of COVID-19. However, it is too late. The virus spread quickly, and no one knows how to deal with the virus. In US, more than 3,000 million people have infected this virus, and more than 15 million people have died in this virus. But in China, the number of infections in this epidemic were less than 15 million people, and the death number were less than 5,000 people. In my opinion, people should fight together. As long as we work together, we will succeed. We should be united. Being united is powerful. At the same time, we have to work faster because time waits for no one. Cherish every time that we have. And I think the thing that I can do is hope our God to stop this epidemic and let all the patients recover. We all know masks is our needed. We wear them when we go out. At the beginning of COVID-19's attack, some teenagers don't know the importance of wearing masks because they haven't experienced SARS virus in 2003. They didn't know the danger of COVID-19, but now they finally realized the importance. But when they realized the danger of COVID-19, it was all too late. We all don't know when the epidemic will stop, but we can make contributions to change it. So, what are you waiting for? Make some contributions now. Make it change. Thank you.
Hello, Azouz Bashouch, Organizing Chair, World Speech Day, Tunisia. We are here for the 4th edition of World Speech Day, Tunisia, and we are pleased to join the World Live Conference for this year, 2021. I must thank here not only Mr. Gibson, Simon, but also my wonderful speakers who are willing to make our event a successful one. I here have all the themes of my speakers. According to Human at Crossroads, we have Dr. Fatma Shermiti bin Abdallah, long-term effects of COVID-19, long COVID, which is today we are all at the crossroad of this sickness and this disease across the globe, the pandemic, which is hurting our daily life. We have also Wiper Sessi, who will be talking about problems of the Tunisian youth and the establishment of the organization French-German Association for the Youth, OPAGE. Also, we must thank Samir Makhtoub, who is a professor in Florida. He will be talking through a video live what could be done about unemployment. Also, we have Hala Bashobji, who is acquainted to World Speech Day Tunisia in the past. She will be talking about light tourist aviation in Tunisia. Myself, I will be again talking about the drones, but this time it's about all the strategies in climate change and environment monitoring that drones will help us when we use them. But here I'm not going to go through the details since it will be a presentation with technical data and scales and photos and everything, but the scope of my speech will be, of course, talking about the erosion problems that can be monitored by drones, the snow and Arctic and problems about climate change and the heating up of Earth. How can the drones can contribute to develop such a strategy for scientists, as in the field there are not too many people involved, as the technology is very new, but still there are many PhD students and doctors who travel to the North Pole, and they carried studies in Switzerland and Finland, and we hope that in Tunisia we might also have the opportunity to carry out such scientific studies with the application of drones. Now, I am also happy to announce that the Tunisian government has made a new regulations according to drones or UAVs and manned air vehicle, which was not allowed in the past, as they pose problems for the engineers who can develop prototypes or the technology, but they are not allowed to fly them. So now there is a new legislation, at least, about drones in Tunisia. Also, we will have our friend, Dr. Lies Srairi, who is a psychiatric and specialist of what is happening now, as we all live a psychiatric crisis because of the COVID-19. I will be glad to thank our friend, engineer Amr Mukhtar, who is a very skilled engineer. He was talking yesterday at the Tunisian television, and he will be talking about natural resources and agriculture, which is a day-to-day basis problem for the population, and especially now as the poor class is growing up because of the unemployment, the lockdown of under the effect of COVID-19 and so forth. Finally, I will be glad to talk about, as I have many requests of the Tennis Club of Tunisia. For the occasion, I must thank the president of the Tennis Club of Tunisia, Dr. Khaireddin Kishrid, who granted us this year a very good facility which will host our World Speech Day Tunisia 2021. And this is a good opportunity for many people to see live what we can produce in Tunisia as a matter of drone. I will be bringing a new drone which is dedicated to climate change monitoring and prevention. Also, there is a big request of my friends at the tennis club and elsewhere. They want to share their lockdown at home with a better tool, which is Flight Simulator 2021. I will be carrying out a demonstration at the Tennis Club of Tunis with the new Flight Simulator 2120, as they can travel, because now there is a big travel ban all over the world, so it's the easiest way to travel through the simulator. Also, they can enjoy a pleasant technology, which is aviation. Thank you.
Oui, fait que c'est Cécile Tessarach-Kisner, ambassadrice de l'Office franco-allemand pour la jeunesse. C'est pour ma deuxième mandat. جيت نحكي على لي جون وهوني باش نقدم الورد سبيتش داي 2021 اللي باش يحكي على اللي انا باش نحكي فيه على مشاكل لي جون. Donc je suis à la base event executive à l'hôtel Sheraton Unisatel ou en même temps je vis ma vie sociale qui نحب انا d'ailleurs في برشا جمعيات من عندي براتيكمون 7 ولا 8 سنين اللي انا عضوه في الهيئه المديره لجمعيه صداقه تونسيه الالمانيه وعضوه زاده في الهيئه المديره نتاع ستارتينغ كلوب اللي هي بالعلاقات الخارجيه. وهوني باش نحكي لكم على رحلتي اللي بدات مع لوفرت في 2013 كي مشيت مع الدوله باش نقدم الدوله التونسيه في لا 50e anniversaire دو تريتي دو ليليزي في برلين. وملي روحت قلت يلزمني نشوف لوفاج هذايا هو شنو. وبعديك من وقتها تعرفت على جمعيتي اللي خرجت منها سفيره اللي هي صداقه تونسيه الالمانيه اللي فيها هي تعرفت على notre partenaire officiel في مايس اللي هو لانش بورتموند LSB اللي نخدموا معاهم حتى تويكا. Et d'ailleurs انا بديت l'expérience في l'échange des jeunes et les rencontres depuis 2013 et depuis là. واليوم bien sûr انا نقدم شباب خاطر انا لا سول لي جون في تونس نقولوا شباب ونقولوا شباب اللي قراو معناها باركور يونيفرسيتير ويخدم وشباب اللي ماهوش يخدم في خدمته اللي قراها. باش نحكيو على لي جون اللي قرا اما يخدم معناها اي حاجه في تونس ماهيش دومينو. ونحكيو على لي جون اللي عندهم موان دوبورتونيتي اللي خرجوا من القرايه وضايعين معناها. وهذوكم معناها مالوغوزمون عندهم كاتيجوري باهيه بيهم اللي تمشي لهم سبيسيالمون بور لي دروغي. ونعرف بوكو دكا مالوغوزمون ان شاء الله يفيقوا لهم في يوم من الايام على خاطر هذاك سي نوتر فوتور جون اللي ونوتر فوتور جينيراسيون اللي باش تخرج ويلزمنا معناها فريمون نتلاهاو بيها ومعناها ونركزوا معها اكثر حاجه اللي هما معناها خاطر لو فاز زاده يعطي اوبورتونيتي حتى لي جون اللي عندهم موان دوبورتونيتي معناها مش لازم تقاري باش تخرج لبرا على خاطر كي نمشي نعمل دي ستاج ولا نعمل دي كونفيرونس ولا نمشي نخدم في المانيا ولا فرنسا يقولوا لي علاش روحت خاطر بالنسبه لي هو كان تسال انت اي جون في تونس تقول لك نحب نحرق مي بالنسبه لي هو تمشي لبرا وتروح يقول لك علاش راح نقول له انا معناها مانيش مستعده اني نحرق نرجع نمشي بوراقيه مي انا نمشي نقدم الدوله التونسيه ونروح معناها لبلادي خاطر بالحق راهو اكثر حاجه تجمعنا في تونس هي يعني حب تونس، ولكن ماهوش توا لي جون معناها طموحاته انه يخرج من برا، ما يعرفش شنو مصيره لبرا، المهم يخرج على خاطر الدولة التونسية ماهيش موفرت له حتى حاجة هو يحب عليها، والا تعرفوا هو شنو يحب. الدولة التونسية معناها كي نحكي على الدولة معناها إطاراتها وأحسابها يعايدوا للي جون، كان في مظاهرات، كان في انتخابات، معناها حاجة دو ماس يناديلو بعديك يقولوا اوكي تنشوفوكم بعديك يسون توس ايكارتي معاها معناها. انا من الاول معناها مانيش نحكي كان على اطارات الدوله واحزابها والكل، نحن معناها من الصغر مقموعين معناها. شوف انت امك شفت صورك بتاع قبل لونفونس تضحك عليها وتلقى روحك لابس الوالد راه كيفاش ومريض راه كيفاش، علاش؟ خاطر امك تحبك تكون هكاكا. شوف انت معناها تمشي العشويه مع امك وتقعد بحذاها مرصوص عشيه كامله وما تحلش فمك على خاطر امك تحب هكاكا، معناها نحن ديجا سي دي انتيسيدون اللي معناها ما يعطيوش قيمه لراينا، ما يسالوناش حتى شنو نحبوا، ما المهم هما راضيين هكاك يحبوا هكاك نعملوا هكاك. اي بعديك تمشي انت للليسي تشوف صحابكم سي كبرت شويه وادوليسونس اي تو باش توصل للتوجيه. شوف انت العباد كل زمان يمشيو مات سيونس، كان يمشي سبور راه هذاك حاشاكم ما يصلحش، يمشي ايكونومي جيستيون معناها انت ضعيف في المات ضعيف في الفيزيك تاع تمشي لتر الوغ لا ايكارتي ضربه واحده وحتى تلقاهم ديما جماعه الليتر تلقاهم وحدهم معناها، تلقى كان جماعه هكا سيونس والمات اللي هما سو مانيفيست في لي سيكير تلقاهم يحكموا فيه معناها. هوني معناها ديجا نحن عندنا مغالطات من الصغر، تمشي في حاجات خاطر باغ ديفو يمشي في بالك اللي هما صحاح، مي لا لازمك تختار الحاجه اللي انت تحب عليها. بعد توصل 20 خديت الباك باش تمشي للجامعه باش تاخذ شويه حريه اكسيتيرا، اما معناها راهو اوكي باش تاخذ حريه باش تعيش وتقرا في نظام بوتيتر يوصلك بوتيتر لا، تطلع معناها انت في مخك من الصغر بوك امك يحبوك تطلع طبيب ولا محامي ولا قاضي، وكان ما نجحتش في القرايه الوغ لا مزمر عليك. وهو ليه معناها علاش؟ خاطر علاش معناها ماكش قاري تطلع ايكارتي في المجتمع. مي نو انا جربت الزوز معناها، جربت لي زيتود يونيفرسيتير وجربت القرايه اللي تتسمى تكوين مهني، وانا بالنسبه لي انا التكوين المهني ينجح اكثر من التكوين معناها من التكوين الجامعي. علاش؟ خاطر في الجامعه تقرا برشا كيما انا نقول وقلتها ديجا مره في المانيا، وقلت سيستم ال ام دي اون ديري تلبس 42 وهما يلبسوا فيك في تاي 36. القرايه معناها التكوين المهني فريمون تطلع معناها من اول عام تبدا تقرا وتخدم، معناها ما تكمل انت القرايه كما تلقى روحك ديجا حاضر لا في بروفيسيونيل والانتيغراسيون تاعك تكون سهله. دونك دوكو نحنا عندنا برشا حاجات غالطه نعيشوا فيهم ومصدقين ومؤمنين بيهم. بعد نجيو للفي بروفيسيونيل الوغ لا معناها توا لي جون يي سون تري باسيف، وكمل عليهم الفيسبوك ولي ريزو سوسيو اللي يبدا ديما معناها مطبس على ليكرون يغزل. تلقى لا توا سي مالوغو تمشي للقهوه تلقى معناها كل واحد مد تليفونه ولي جون ما يحكيوش ميم با بينات بعضهم، الوغ لا معناها يطلع فارغ خاطر عمره ما تحاور ما تناقش، يطلع ديما حاشر ديما ايكارتي ديما خليني ليه ما نحبش اوكي نحبك اي هكاك معناها هو يوافق وكحو معناها ميم با يدوز باش يقول رايو اي سي مالوغو. توا لا في بروفيسيونيل اللي تري امبورطون، حتى توا معناها في كي باش تعمل السي في نتاعك ولا باش تعمل قدم اونتروتيان اول معناها من بارمي مش اول حاجه من بارمي الحاجات اللي يسال عليهم لو ريكروتور ش عندك باك جراوند سوسيال، وهو اللي بيان سور دي كان انت جون فايق ولا ماكش فايق تدخل في الجمعيات. انا توا صحابي معناها ما يسالوني عن الجمعيات شنو ماني انا فيهم، كان كي نمشي لبرا ونجي يقول لي يا صح عليك شفت المانيا كيفاش عملت امان وقت اللي انت تبدا تشرب في قهوه والا انت تبدا قاعد راقد. انا نبدا نخدم في الاديب السوسيال وتعرفت على برشا عباد معناها اوكي انا سوسيال على الاخر، اما معناها مش نحكي كاكسبيريونس اوفاج وكل لو فاج راهو معناها يشجع على الموبيليتي، يشجع على لي رونكونتر دي جون، لي زيشونج، انك يخليك معناها تعرف برشا عباد، تعرف برشا ثقافات. انا اوكي جادور الالماني، اما معناها باللوفاج زدت حبيتها اكثر كبلاد معناها تقدر لي جون. دونك في الاخر باش نحكي على l'ambassadrice de l'Office franco-allemand pour la jeunesse. راهو لوفاج يشجع على الموبيليتي، على l'échange، على les rencontres، على les discussions، l'engagement dans la vie sociale. يخلي les jeunes vraiment ils découvrent, ils discutent, ils s'engagent. Vraiment c'est une expérience inoubliable, très très enrichissante. Donc نشجعكم الناس الكل باش تتعرفوا اكثر على لوفاج. انا جو سوي تري ديسپونيبل باش نجي على تونس الكل، راني مانيش على سيكتور معين. شوي امباسادريس معناها من بنزرت حتى البنقردان كما يقولوها. اليوم جيتي انجاجي افيك وورد سبيتش داي 2021 في تونس باش نحكي على لي جون ان طونك امباسادريس. اما راني انا امباسادريس بالحق معناها بالفم والبلا. كان تحبوا تتعرفوا اكثر على لي بروغرام اوفاج تلقاوهم على offage.org. نشوفكم ان شاء الله لو 15 مارس في الكلوب تينيس à 10h. Ciao.
Yo, this is Calvin from Malaysia. We're going to present the humanity course. The topic is never give up. You can do it. In this pandemic, give me opportunity to join this World Speech Day 2021. And from there, I also joined the Toastmaster virtual meeting. And through Zoom, and for there, I know lots of friends, lots of international mentor. After I do the speech, there will be an evaluator to guide me, to tell me how I'm going to improve my speech. And for that, I keep trying, and improve my speech, and my confidence is increasing. And I will believe in myself. I can do it. I believe there will be a rainbow and even a solution be solved just like a snap. And there will be a rainbow appear after the rain. So the power is believing yourself and never give up. You can do it. To know more my speech, just join the World Speech Day video March. See you soon. This is Kevin from Malaysia. Will present a topic with humanity crossroad. Humanity crossroad. And message on the big is believing yourself, and you can do it. So this pandemic giving me opportunity for me to join the virtual speech day and even lot of Toastmaster virtual meeting. It allowed me to meet up lots of friends from all the world. And from there, I learned my public speaking. It gave me a confidence to deliver my speech anytime, anywhere I want it. From there, I record my voice, listen, and change the mistake. Be better and better. This is the way that in Humanity Course world, when we face the problem, we just tell ourselves that believe in yourself. Never give up. And you can do it. So, I also conduct a business sharing virtual event to interview some business people for all over the world and also their background and job scope. From there, we will understand how the business people use this opportunity to survive, to try new loan. They all believe in themselves. It's power for you to grow your confidence level and you make your client over work by doing digital marketing. So, whatever decision you do, whatever obstacle you face, just go for it. I'm sure there will be the rainbow appear after the rain. So please push yourself towards the limit and be more passionate. Whatever skill that you will learn will be affect your entire life. So why not just learn a skill or learn how to present a good speech in Toastmaster? After you present a speech, there will be someone to guide you and tell you which mistake you have and how to correct on it. So it's wow and why I joined World Speech Day to meet international friends with one objective to improve my public speaking. I believe I can do it. I believe my story on how am I going to believe myself and how I finish my pathway and even how I learn my public speaking, how my confidence level on do whatever I wish to do to improve myself will affect those next generation as we will be there and guide them to make them more strong.
Screen Time, a guide for parents from a child's point of view, by Sophia Lydia Barbieri. One of the things my parents have most trouble dealing with is how much time my brother and I spend on screens. So I decided that it would be good to understand how a girl 9 years old feels about screen time. As you have probably noticed, children, including me, spend hours and hours on screens. Wouldn't it be good to let go for a second? But once you get hooked into the screen, it becomes very hard to do. Believe it or not, most children understand that the screen is not good for them. But like I said, once you get sucked in, it becomes very hard to let go. An international survey found that 42% of young children, 10 and under, have their very own tablet device, up from 7% 4 years ago and less than 1% in 2011. To be honest, even though I know how bad the screen is for me, between piano and phone, or even art, my biggest passion, I would choose a phone. Before I went to bed last night, I asked my parents if I could have some more time on my phone, because, well, screens are cool, screens are fun, Screens are just so entertaining that they beat everything else. So who is to blame for this? The internet industry tries its hardest to keep you watching the screen, to stay online. Developers, YouTubers, influencers are all paid for how many people and for how long people watch their videos. You adults miss screens at young ages and then get upset at us because we spend time on them. I don't want my memories when I'm related to be about video games and YouTube videos. My grandparents and even my parents tell me stories about when they were young and how they played outside all day. I have two thoughts on this. One is that screens are bad for me. I shouldn't spend too much time on them. But on the other hand, I love spending time on them. So much so that they become better than reality itself. Well, how can this guide help you? For a start, stop making video games and content made to draw us in. The ultimate reason why video games and even YouTube videos are made is not to entertain us, but to make the people behind them rich and famous. The next piece of advice I'll give you is spend time with us and teach us how the real world can be interesting, much more than spending time on the screen. Giving us a phone so that we'll be entertained is not teaching us how to interact with people, but it's freeing you from the responsibility of looking after us. My final guideline regarding how much time we should spend on screens is that if you're able to change the online system, making it a place that does not use us to make money, and you're able to guide and allow us to enjoy the real world, then there will be no need to limit our time on screens because we will have better things to do. Screens are changing. In the future, their presence will only keep increasing. We are now at a crossroads where human interaction is changing. Let's make sure that we are the ones deciding how much and how screens are a part of our lives, and not let the screens decide for us. Thank you.
Energy consumption by Roshina Paul. So, why save energy? Well, the answer to that simple question is, I woke up. It was pitch black. I got off my bed and tripped over the table where all our 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles were. I messed up the puzzle of forms. How odd, there were no lights anywhere, even near the Duomo. I opened the fridge. It was dark. I took out the milk and a glass. I poured some milk and drank it. Ew, it was curdled and disgusting. Everything seemed odd this morning. Next, I took out the yogurt and pineapple along with the bowl. How peculiar. The yogurt looked rotten and weird, and the pineapple looked disgusting. I decided to go to Mom, but I couldn't really see, and because of that, I fell down and twisted my wrist really badly. I couldn't go anywhere because I couldn't get up without my wrist. All over the world, this was happening, and this nightmare could and will be a reality if we don't save fossil fuel energies. This will be a reality, and this will happen in around 8,000 years if we don't prevent this. Just flick of a switch and a person will have one more day or hour of energy. Say everyone in the world turned off the light during the day, or when they aren't in the room. For one whole day, that would be 7.8 billion people turning off the light and saving energy. Energy is consumed second most in houses, condominiums, and residences where we live. But first is industrial work. 64% of energy is fossil fuels. Fossil fuels produce large quantities of carbon dioxide and burn. Carbon emissions trap heat in the atmosphere and lead to climate change. In the United States, the burning of fossil fuels, particularly for the power and transportation sectors, accounts for about 3/4 of the United States carbon emissions. The consumption of fossil fuels is an existential threat to our current lifestyle. For instance, oil is a fossil fuel, and oil creates gasoline, which is used to fuel cars. Without cars, people is something they take for granted, the ability to travel long distances in a short amount of time. Say a kid's basketball practice is 25 minutes by cars. Without a car, it would take 2.5 to 3 hours, and that would mean you would either not go to the practice or you would have to rearrange your whole schedule for that day. A 7-hour drive would take you a whole week to walk that distance. And if you want to visit a relative overseas, you would have to take a boat. That would take you back all the way back to the 1920s, and instead of a quick 5 or 6 hour plane ride, it would take you 3 to 4 weeks to cross the Atlantic in a sailboat. And we must remember that most boats, except for sailboats, use fossil fuels, and like cars and airplanes, gasoline to power their engines. Here are some suggestions to help stop this disturbing debt to our world. One suggestion is to further utilize electric cars. Another one is instead of turning on the heat, just do the simple task of putting on a sweater or jacket. And the last suggestion would be to follow your sister around and turn off the lights. All in all, we have to collaborate and come together to terminate this global threat that could slowly, but surely, turn into a global crisis.
Hi everyone, I'm Emiliana. Have you ever felt unsafe when going out? Or have you ever been followed or catcalled by a stranger? Well, if you said no, I'm going to show you how people that said yes struggle with it a lot. I'm starting by saying what catcalling means. Catcalling is the act of a person shouting, harassing, awful comments about another person publicly. These comments are often really, really degrading. All women, if not almost, struggle with it a lot, especially during the young age. And there isn't a certain place where this happens. It can happen everywhere. For example, just at a normal grocery shop. Italy studies say that 79% of females before the age of 17 have been catcalled, and 69% of them have been followed by a man or a group of men before the age of 40. This brings to females not feeling safe, changing the way they act, changing the way they feel, afraid of what might happen next, or sometimes even avoiding going out past a certain time of the day. Usually it's the night. Or some of them even arm themselves. And yes, you heard that correctly. Self-defense is a natural instinct. And females not being able to protect themselves as a male, they tend to take with themselves some little weapons as pepper sprays. Professionals have tried helping by coming up with a solution that is less exceeding, less extreme. For example, this app that is called Wear. This is a simple app. It's free and you can download it on your phone. This app shows you the best ways you can reach your destination. For example, if you have to go alone at night, this app helps you by showing you the best ways to take, because these ways are proven by studies to be safer than the ones that might be proven to be more affected to criminology. The best alternative is that these actions wouldn't happen, because women are tired of feeling this way. Everyone should educate themselves, their sons, their daughters, everyone around them. So this will help to reach a better society, safer for everyone. Even though you're not personally involved in this topic, you can help by stopping when seeing this happening. If you do this, you will be a good human. Today, I'm here and I've overcome my fears. I've come here all alone. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Welcome to World Speech Day, Daytona State College. Hello, everybody from sunny Central Florida. We received proclamations for World Speech Day from the leaders of 2 major cities in Central Florida and from Volusia County, which is one of the largest counties in the state of Florida. This first proclamation that I will read is from Heidi K. Herzberg, the mayor of Deltona. Whereas World Speech Day was launched by Simon Gibson at the Athens Democracy Forum in 2015 to celebrate speeches and speech making through live public speaking events around the world, and whereas students and professionals in schools, colleges, universities, and speakers clubs in Deltona and throughout America will be participating in World Speech Day in 2021, and whereas speech changes the world socially, politically, in the arts, business, and religion, and whereas speeches play a profound role in holding our societies together and shaping change, and whereas in 2021, more than 100 countries across the globe will be involved in World Speech Day, whereas students and professionals in Deltona and throughout the United States will be addressing the topic, Humanity at a Crossroads. Now therefore, we, the Mayor and City Commission of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim March 15th, 2021 as World Speech Day in Deltona, and invite all communities, organizations, and citizens to observe this day with appropriate speeches. I'd like to share one last proclamation for World Speech Day. This is from several leaders who oversee Volusia County, which is a county that the population of over 500,000 people. And I'd like to read the proclamation, share it with you. Whereas students and professionals at Daytona State College and throughout America will be participating in World Speech Day 2021, and whereas World Speech Day was launched by Simon Gibson at the Athens Democracy Forum in 2015 to celebrate speeches and speech making through live public speaking events around the world, and whereas speeches change the world socially, politically, in the arts, business, and religion, and whereas speeches play a profound role in holding our societies together and shaping change, and whereas in 2021, more than 100 nations across the globe will be involved in World Speech Day, and whereas student speakers at Daytona State College will be addressing the topic, Humanity at a Crossroads. Now therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, do hereby proclaim March 15th, 2021 as World Speech Day in Volusia County, and invite communities, organizations, and individuals to observe this day with appropriate speeches. And it's signed by Jeff Brower, the county chair, Ben Johnson, the county at-large chair, Barbara Gertman, District 1, Danny Robbins, District 3, Dr. Fred Lowry, Vice Chair, District 3, Billy Wheeler, District 2, and Heather Post, District 4. Have a great speech day. Welcome to World Speech Day, Daytona State College. Olympic athletes, coaches, and fans were disappointed when the Olympic Games were postponed due to COVID-19. There are good reasons too. The World Speech Day theme is Humanity at a Crossroads. We are facing a crossroads as a global community and in our individual lives. We can learn from the Olympians how to approach both global and personal challenges. Through the Olympics, people see personal excellence, perseverance, and commitment put into action. Olympians teach us how to overcome life's roadblocks, how to eliminate negatives that creep into our minds, how to focus our priorities, and how to reach our potential. And for youth, Olympians are models of discipline and character. All that tells us that the Olympics are more than just sports. As we anticipate the return of the Tokyo Olympic Games in the summer of this year, World Speech Day is a perfect time to be inspired by the words of past Olympians. I worked with the Olympic News Service for the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City. One of my responsibilities was to collect quotations from the Olympic athletes. Since 2002, I've collected numerous inspirational Olympic quotes, and I've selected a few of them to share with you today. The first one is from Gabby Douglas, a gymnast and Olympic gold medalist. She said, "Never quit, never give up." Mia Hamm, soccer player and two-time Olympic medalist, said, "I'm building a fire, and every day I train, I add more fuel. At just the right moment, I light the match." And Mark Spitz, a 9-time Olympic gold medal swimmer, said, "If you fail to prepare, you're prepared to fail." Let's look at a few other inspirational quotes. We have Serena Williams, superstar tennis player and 4-time Olympic medalist, who said, "It doesn't matter what your background is or where you come from. If you have dreams and goals, that's all that matters." Peter Vidmar, a gymnast and 3-time Olympic gold medalist, said, "Don't sacrifice what you want most for what you want now. Write down what you want most and see it often." Michaela Moroni, a gymnastics Olympic gold medalist, also said, "Don't practice till you get it right. Practice till you get it wrong." Venus Williams, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist in tennis, said, "In the sports arena, I would say there is nothing like training and preparation. You have to train your mind as much as your body." Gail Devers, a track and field Olympic champion, said, "Remember, all things are possible for those who believe." Usain Bolt, a track and field 8-time Olympic gold medalist, said, "Worrying gets you nowhere. If you turn up worrying about how you're going to perform, you're already lost. Train hard, turn up, run your best, and the rest will take care of itself." Mary Lou Retton, a gymnast and Olympic gold medalist, said, "Each of us has a fire in our hearts for something. It's our goal in life to find it and to keep it." The slogan many years ago for the Olympic Winter Games in 2002 was "Light the fire within." I think that same slogan applies today, that we should all light the fire within. Happy Tuesday.
If humanity is at a crossroad, one of the most important things one can do is engage in learning about their family history. My ancestors are from England and Iceland. FamilySearch.org perfectly describes this by saying, "Human beings desire attachment, belonging, and connection. The relationships we form with other people can be incredibly durable, not only with people in our present, but also with people in our past and future. The more we discover about our past, the greater connection we feel to our ancestors. As we record our own history, we open the opportunity for future generations to connect with us when we are gone. As we consider this, journaling could be helpful to not only this generation, but to future generations as well." There are several reasons why one should learn about their genealogy. A few more points are outlined from the article. To start, family history helps us to build up compassion. Learning about the history of our ancestors helps us to gain a greater understanding of the challenges they faced, and it often inspires greater love and compassion for flaws and mistakes. This compassion can easily translate to our relationships with the living, within our families, and outside of them. We all face hard things. Remembering that fact in the context of others' shortcomings allows us to be better employees, managers, spouses, parents, children, siblings, and human beings. In addition to this, resilience can be built. Knowing our family history builds resilience. In learning about our ancestors' lives, we can easily see patterns of overcoming failures and surviving hard times. Their stories remind us that surely not everything in life will work easily, that disappointments occur, and inequalities exist, but that we can recover, triumph, and find happiness despite hardships. When we know how our ancestors dealt with their problems, we gain insight and understanding to cope with our own. Finally, learning about family history can help build the quality of selflessness. William Dade was an 18th century clergy in Yorkshire, England. Although he never married and had no children of his own, he presented the practice of including as much information as possible in parish registers. Because of his efforts, many registers of this period contain rich information for genealogists. Amy Harris, a family history professor at Brigham Young University, refers to this type of selflessness as genealogical consciousness. The act of being aware and having a sense of responsibility to our ancestors and future humankind is an act of altruistic selflessness. While humanity is at a crossroad, we need more of all of these qualities. Imagine how much better the world could be with a little more compassion, selflessness, and resilience. As one dives into their genealogy, they are sure to have many positive experiences. The more we learn, the better we become for us and the world.
The cornerstone of a truly just, fair, and equal society is the economic freedom of the last and the least in the society. Philippine economy cannot be discussed without discussing the prevalent social-political system in the country. In the data published by the Philippine Statistics Authority on December 2020 for October 2020, the Philippines recorded an unemployment rate of 8.7%, an underemployment rate of 14.4%. And what do these numbers imply? This data revealed that out of 111,046,913 Filipinos, 43.6 million Filipinos are in the labor force, 3.8 million Filipinos are jobless, and 6.36 million Filipinos out of 39.8 million Filipinos employed are underemployed, or those still seek to work on top of their current work due to unutilized job skills in their current job, or the limited period of time they work relative to the prescribed hours of work for a normal employment week of a full-time employee. In this data alone, we can draw a lot of pictures of the current and future state of the Philippine economy. According to Dr. Shalito Habito, jobs data are more reflective of the economy of the country, more than the gross domestic product, because jobs tell the number and nature of Filipinos' work, which relate the welfare of persons and their families and to the level of production they contribute to their organizations. Unemployment rate translates to the number of persons who probably are the breadwinners of their families, to the number of persons whose dreams are anchored to the jobs they have and lost, to the persons whose only way to sustain life is through their daily wage. These numbers also mean increase in the number of out-of-school youth who even before the pandemic are already struggling to make both ends meet. These numbers are a reflection of the poor fiscal policy of the government, the seeming out-of-touch response of the so-called public servants to the plight of the marginalized and poor, and the time immemorial imbalance in the distribution of wealth between the rich and the poor. The Philippines is a country abundant of natural resources. The vastness of land and affluence of this country makes someone wonder why is it that the global position of the country in terms of productivity and standard of living is always low. The current situation that the Philippines is facing is worsened by the institutionalized bureaucracy and corruption that is embedded in the personification of the state. According to the acting Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Carl Chua, the poverty rate in 2021 will likely range from 15.5% to 17.5%, which is higher than the Philippine government target of 14%. What is the significance of this? It means that the number of Filipinos that will live below the poverty threshold or the decent enough living in the Philippines will increase. Many Filipinos will add to the already high number of Filipinos who are living in a very inhumane condition due to extreme poverty. Business process outsourcing or BPO and remittances from abroad are considered to be the two pillars of the Philippine economy. However, both are dependent on the world economy. It cannot sustain on its own by relying to the domestic economy alone. When our economy benefits so much from these two pillars, COVID-19 revealed the weakness of our economy. COVID-19 created a more economic protectionist approach from countries affected by COVID-19 trying to contain to themselves the scarce job opportunities they have and taking advantage of newly unemployed workforce in their country that once were very expensively rated relative to the labor of their BPOs across the globe, which is very cheap. In a system that commodifies human, capitalism is a race won by the powerful. Again, in a system that commodifies human, capitalism is a race won by the powerful. In 2019, BPO contributed $26 billion to the Philippine economy. Philippines holds the largest concentration of call center workers in the world. And so was the greatly affected economy when some of BPOs closed down due to economic cycle brought by the pandemic. Remittances by our so-called modern heroes, the overseas Filipino workers, totaled to $35.5 billion in 2019. However, COVID-19 made such remittances to decrease to $29.5 billion in 2020. These figures tell us that the difference between the pre and during pandemic remittances is the amount of money, chances, food, and fortune flown away from the Filipino families who rely from remittances from abroad. These figures also show a decrease in the revenue of the government. Double whammy effect is real because of the pandemic. The micro and macro level economies are both in the verge of collapsing. The government has passed bayanihan laws to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 in the Philippine economy, but the top-to-bottom approach of the national government will defeat the purpose of the law. You cannot argue about trickle-down effect or hungry stomach. The government argued that it has 4 Ps, the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or our country's version of the conditional cash transfer to help the poorest of the poor in our country. In 2017, a study conducted by the Nobel Prize winner Banerjee, titled Debunking the Stereotype of the Lazy Recipient, Evidence from Cash Transfer Programs Worldwide. Accordingly, there is no observable impact of the cash transfer to the propensity to work by the recipients. Meaning the amount that's being received by the beneficiaries of the 4 Ps is not enough as a sole source of income, considering that only 500 pesos grant for health and nutrition, and 300 pesos per school-age child per family per month is being given. Meaning on top of the meager amount being doled out by the government, the beneficiaries still have to work and earn to support their families. The number of beneficiaries represents the number of the poorest of the poor in the country, because after all, that is the goal of 4 Ps, to help the poorest of the poor in the country. They are a big contributor to the unemployment rate in our country. Or they can also be accounted for the high number of informal economy that usually passes off from the protection of the government. Politics and economics are a couple. They should be a happy couple, and as such, good government policy will create a better economic opportunity for everyone. Economics was viewed smallest, poorest, and least as the fundamental unit of analyzing and understanding the Philippine economic malady. A truly just, fair, and equal society is always gauged on economic and political freedom of the least and the last.
Remontados Debate Society, students and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good day to